never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Let's get this party started. Here comes a Wednesday. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. going to do it all over again. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Secret Bunker, as we work our way into the 27th day of April. Not feeling very April-like outside the bunker. Technically, it's not too bad. I mean, I'm showing 48 degrees right now, but we're expected to drop close to freezing before the sun comes up this Wednesday morning. So we've got frost advisories throughout the Ohio Valley, even down into parts of the Tennessee Valley. Frost advisories all the way down into northeastern Tennessee. Pretty much the entirety of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, much of West Virginia. Frost and or freeze warnings. Those freeze warnings for about the northern half of Indiana, north central and northwestern Ohio, northern Illinois, even over into east central portions of Iowa. Now, that's the hard freeze warnings. Definitely going to do a job on any sensitive plants, vegetation. If you've done any planting, which it's a little bit too early, we will be looking at another warm-up. Overall, the big picture tonight, though, as I look at the radar scene, it's probably the best night we've seen in several nights for moving freight around the country. Still a little bit of precip in the form of rain along that eastern seaboard. Things are pretty much wrapped up in New Jersey. You've got Massachusetts. Rain will continue through much of the overnight. Light rain, really. Nothing heavy. Light rain will be impacting Boston. On up into the New England areas, easternmost reaches of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, on up into Maine. And believe it or not, we'll be looking at the potential for maybe a little bit of lake effect. Lake effect snow showers may be impacting parts of western New York through the overnight hours tonight. It's not going to amount to much, but forecasters are telling us now April's going to end in a fitting manner as another storm system emerges from the west, and we're going to be bracing for, yes, another round of severe weather and even some snow for the central states late this week and into the weekend. Yeah, the midsection of the country, you've been bombarded with late-season snowstorms, severe weather throughout the month of April. The pattern started just prior to the middle of April. Of course, we had that major blizzard unfolding over North Dakota and a couple pockets of severe weather that broke out further south over the plains and the south central region. The storm that unfolded last Friday into Monday, not quite as intense as the storm that started the pattern in mid-April. This next storm that's due to spin eastward is going to continue that trend. It's still going to bring some severe weather, the risk of a few tornadoes, as well as a narrow zone this time of heavy snow, mainly from Friday into Sunday. Yes, another ugly weekend for some. There's a ripple in the jet stream ahead of that main storm that may set off some locally severe thunderstorms starting late today, as a matter of fact, late Wednesday into Thursday over portions of central and the southern high plains. This disturbance is going to be moving through a zone of dry air that's going to weaken, so still some communities may pick up a potent thunderstorm. But the main threat for the storms from late today into Thursday will be eastern Colorado, western and central Kansas, reaching into western Oklahoma, western Texas, and eastern New Mexico. You could see some large hail and strong winds with these storms. Some of the storms on Thursday may be severe further to the north, stretching from western Nebraska to eastern Wyoming. Now, after that lead disturbance moves in, it kind of falls apart. The main threat from the large storm then ramps up later on Friday and continues into Friday night. So right now, as we head into the early hours of Wednesday, we're kind of like the calm before the storm, a bit of lull in the weather activity. Now, the setup coming up here late this week, it's not looking like a major outbreak of tornadoes on Friday, but there still could be a few of these storms bringing large hail and high winds. The most likely zone for severe weather later Friday into Friday night stretches from central Oklahoma to eastern Kansas, eastern Nebraska, southwestern Iowa, and parts of western Missouri. That's going to be the bullseye zone. The threat in part of this zone extends well beyond the daylight hours. So even during the overnight hours when people are going to sleep on Friday night, the Friday afternoon and nighttime severe weather risk will include the metro areas of Oklahoma City and Topeka, Kansas, Omaha, Nebraska, over to Kansas City, Missouri. The potential for heavy, gusty, maybe severe thunderstorms continues further east over portions of the Mississippi Valley as we head into the weekend, Saturday and Saturday night. The overall coverage of the intense storms may be rather sparse, but all facets of weather will be possible. Some of these storms later this week into the weekend will occur in areas of the plains that are experiencing some major drought and wildfire conditions, so any rain would be beneficial. But with the gusty winds and lightning strikes and some of the dry thunderstorms, that could add to the fire danger. That same storm may add insult to injury over portions of the northern plains as it brings more snow and threatens flooding. We're going to delve a bit into, here comes the Red River once again, the Red River of the north along the Dakota-Minnesota border was actually approaching major flood stage this week. Some communities are relying on pre-installed and makeshift levees to hold back the rising water. Now, this storm coming up into the weekend is going to probably dump a few inches of additional rain over the central and eastern parts of the Dakotas. Further to the west, that system will produce a band of accumulating snow. We could be looking at up to maybe 6 inches or more along the Dakota-Montana border this weekend, and part of the same zone that saw several feet of snow since mid-April here. After that severe weather threat comes and goes, there's the potential for some slow-moving, drenching thunderstorms to erupt over portions of Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas again early next week. While the risk of flash flooding could accompany that setup, that rain could provide some temporary relief in some of the parched areas of the central and southern plains, where we have seen some red flag warnings in recent days with winds and very dry conditions. But again, we're going to be talking about the Red River. Wow, folks are battening down the hatches. You've got the sandbag lines active right now. Kind of right on the 1997 was the year. The great flood of 97. It's coming up on the 25th anniversary of that. So that's pretty much fresh on the minds of many residents. Efforts underway to assure a similar scenario does not occur right now. Luckily, the crest is not expected to approach that benchmark, but they are talking with the upcoming rain. This Red River flooding could approach at least jumping into the top 10 record flooding events along the Red River. Again, we'll give you more on that coming up here in a bit as we get things underway this Wednesday morning. Lots to cover as we got a full 5 hours coming your way. Of course, we continue with our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, the giveaway with our friends at TNCradio.live. We'll have not one, but 2 keywords. In other words, 2 opportunities for you to enter to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Hello to the Michigan Madman out of the box. First on the book from Facebook. YouTube on board. Morning from Central Florida with 72 degrees. Richard checking in. Horse feathers. Hey, Mike. Yeah, what day is it? Yeah, you know what day it is. Don't ask me. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Copy of the mail here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Breezy, 52 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Have a good night. Lansing, Michigan, checking in with 35 degrees. Terry there heading toward Chicago. That's our Canadian friend, Terry. Everybody be safe out there. Good afternoon from Larry. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. It was good to hear from you. Calling in there it's been a while, Larry. Thanks for checking in after your barbecue competition weekend there. Jimmy Jammer checking in right now. We've got 46 degrees in Austin, Indiana. Headed to the home 20, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Everybody have a great morning out there. Shorty's on board. Got a week off. He's ready to rock and roll. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning Steve, 57 in Oklahoma City at this hour. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the shadow of the Lazy E Arena. There's Patsy checking in from Lake Powell, where it's 72 degrees. Tomorrow, we're headed towards Bryce Canyon. Yeah, enjoy your time out there. Checking out some of the beautiful scenery of Mother Nature here in the lower 48. All the truckers out there, be safe, says Patsy. There's Tony. Morning, Steve. 56, clear skies this evening. Over here, Mound Ridge, Kansas. Hope everybody has a great Wednesday. There's Rockpick, checking in from Rochester, New York. Listening in via Alexa this morning. Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew, checking in from Troy, Ohio. Hey, you're up in the Big Moose's neck of the woods there, Kevin. Kentucky Ken on board, morning overnight drive crew, Steve Sommers, Houston, Texas for a few more hours. Then it's off to Lubbock, Texas. Safe travels to all. There's Kentucky Ken listening in. Hi there, Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a nice, cool evening here in Indiana. Hoping for some drier weather here. Stay safe out there, everybody, especially my special driver. Couple more here. There's the 15 car, 57 clear here in Charlotte tonight. Safe travels to all the listeners out there. 55 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Thank you, Timothy. Dion on board. Morning, Steve. The ice cream man checking in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Headed toward Bloomington, California. Speaking of California, top of the morning, there's Santa Claus, 64 here at the TA Travel Center in Santa Nella, California. Staying on the I-5 corridor this week. Santa Claus is going to hit the pillow here. Okay. Buckeye Boy checks in from Boise, Idaho. 60 at this hour. The delivery in Seattle went well. Now I'm headed to Wichita with the quickness, right? Ran through some rain and snow on Snoqualmie Pass, but it wasn't sticking. And the water level of the lake there looked a lot better. I'll be with you for a couple of hours here this morning. Got to get a couple more hours in to get where I need to be, miles-wise, in order to get to Wichita Thursday night. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right. Good to have you all on board there. Hey, let's jump up and check in with our old pal Ricky Roadway on board right out of the box this Wednesday. What's going on, Ricky?
Well, I was up and figured I'd better check in with you and see that you're doing all right.
No complaints on this end. Yeah, it's not often you're up past the midnight hour, is it?
I had surgery for acid reflux. They went down my throat, and supposedly checked all through it, and they said, "Oh, that should do it. You'd be all right." But well, if I eat anything after 5:30 at night, I lay down about 9:30, and within an hour, I'm up coughing and hacking, and so evidently, whatever surgery they did, it didn't work.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the same thing. I forget what I ate this time. I had a couple of hot dogs and some mashed potatoes, and I've had the acid. I got the pain in the sternum. I know what you're talking about, Ricky. It's same with me. And isn't it amazing?
Yeah, I know.
Even 5 and 6 hours after you eat and you lay down and you'll still have that crap.
Yeah, I can eat like for snack. I can eat like potato chips. That doesn't bother me, but I can't even look at ice cream or anything like that. But it just seems like whatever they did, it didn't work, and it's frustrating. I take that acid reflux pill, but that don't work, But I did a live Saturday. I didn't know if you caught the rerun of it, but yeah, I've got quite a few of your listeners are checking in. I got a lady out there in West Virginia that checks in, and a reverend down in Mobile, Alabama. He watches it once in a while, and a bunch of the other truckers have been watching it. So I hope they enjoy it.
I think that's the Rambler you're talking about, checking in from there in Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. Does that sound right, the Rambler?
Mobile?
I believe, yes.
Yeah, but and it seems like people are enjoying it. I think the last count, I think we had like 60 or 70 people watching or commenting, and so enjoy doing it. Because I'm not playing out anymore and that. So, but try and keep up with my truckers, and I never forget them, because Lord, without the American trucker, why this world would be at a total standstill.
You spent a bunch of years out there beating pounding the pavement, moving that freight around the country.
Yeah, like I said, I spent 30 years with Roadway, but before that, I drove from Dubuque to Boston, hauled meat out of the packing company, out of Dubuque Packing Company to Austin and Providence and all around that area. I drove for an independent owner-operator. I drove an old 57 Freightliner, and everybody used to laugh at me at a 250 Cummins 10-speed, and everybody laughed at me. And I said, yeah, but this truck gets up and down the road while you're sitting alongside the road in your new trucks.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, them were the good old days. I miss it, but when I go on vacation, I get out there, and my wife asked me, how come you drive at night? I said, well, you got all the idiots off the road now. You get to run with the truckers. So I just enjoy it. Every once in a while we'll get out and do something like that. But no, I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing, and let you know that some of your listeners are following me too. So appreciate it.
And for those who may not have caught it, it's Rick Tittle. Tell him how to find your Facebook page there. Doing some of his, he does live, it does a performance, not every week per se, but maybe every other Saturday afternoon, typically about 1:00, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 1:00 Eastern time, 2:00 our time. But it's Rick Tittle Sr. And there's my grandson and my son, and then I got one that I started and I messed up. But that's the one that I work off of, is the Rick Tittle Sr. And they can go on there and see the rerun, scroll down so they see the run on it. But
Ricky performing some of the old country classics. He takes you down memory lane.
Yeah, stuff that you don't hear on the radio unless you got Willie's Roadhouse.
Okay.
And I mean, I go back to the and put the dates. Try and put the dates to the song of when they came out. I give a little history of the song before I sing it. Who wrote it and who recorded it, who first recorded it, and stuff like that. So my wife says I'm a walking encyclopedia of country music.
No doubt. Yes, sir.
All right, my man, I'll let you go. I'm sure you got some callers that want to call in, and hope everybody has a safe day. It's cold up here in Iowa.
Cold, yeah.
They just...
I know you got the freeze warnings over there.
Huh?
You've got freeze warnings in parts of Iowa tonight.
Yep, we got freeze warnings tonight. It's going to be in the 40s tomorrow. Then hopefully it's going to get maybe up to 50, if that. But yeah, it's just one of them deals where Mother Nature is. One day we'd have 70-degree weather, and the next day it'd be 40-degree weather. So it's 38 right now and feels like 32.
Wow. We were all out in T-shirts getting sunburned over the weekend, and now we're back to frost advisories tonight. Well, it's always great to hear from you, Ricky Roadway. Thank you so much for touching base with us time and again.
All right, buddy. You take care and say hey to everybody else. Bye.
There you go, Ricky Roadway. It's 844-844-3388. That's our number. Underway on a Wednesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, where shall we begin? Lots to cover. Updates, get the very latest on, of course, what's going on with the Twitter sale. Yeah, the co-founder and the former CEO of Twitter, a guy by the name of Jack Dorsey, surprisingly to many, actually gave his stamp of approval to Elon Musk's bid to buy Twitter. Kind of surprising, some of what he had to say this past day. Of course, under the industry headlines, the pain at the pump continues. Latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration, diesel prices continue to climb once again. There are now only 2 regions in the country that are average prices below $5 per gallon. According to the latest report, the national average now at $5.16 per gallon. That's up about 6 cents from a week ago. It had dropped to $5.10. We're over $2 a gallon higher than this time 1 year ago. The West Coast minus California, prices jumped nearly 7 cents to $5.34 per gallon. There were 5 other regions that saw an increase of more than 6 cents per gallon. It was 6.6 cents up in the Midwest. Now, the increase of 2.7 cents per gallon in California was the lowest increase, but of course that region still has the highest price per gallon nationally. California, you are paying on average $6.27 per gallon. So with the national average at $5.16, again up 6 cents over the past week. We're looking at along the eastern seaboard, East Coast $5.20, it's $5.24 in New England, $5.40 per gallon. When you got down into the central Atlantic region, the lower prices, Midwest still below $5 at $4.98. I mean, right there. Gulf Coast region at $4.91 per gallon. But in California, checking it at $6.27 per gallon. Elsewhere in the industry headlines coming up here. This week, the Wyoming Department of Transportation beginning the last leg of construction on a continuing project that's looking to add more parking along I-80. Starting today, as a matter of fact, Wednesday the 27th, Wyoming DOT will resume work on the $20 million I-80 winter freight project. This is between Rawlins and Laramie, Wyoming. Crews are working towards building almost 100 new semi-truck parking spaces in both the Fort Steele Rest area at the 228-mile marker east of Rawlins and the Quealy Dome truck parking area at the 290-mile marker west of Laramie. So we're talking a total of almost 200 new truck parking spaces, which is much needed, according to the Wyoming DOT District 1 construction engineer. This anticipation is helping to reduce the number of fall-asleep crashes, reduce crashes overall, and reduce operating costs for trucks searching for parking, and offering truck drivers an alternative place to park and wait out poor weather conditions, which they are no stranger to. DOT said the Fort Steele Rest area, including parking areas, will remain closed during the construction, though. You're asked to avoid the on and off ramps in the Fort Steele interchange, as it could actually impede work in the rest area. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Numerous big tech companies have been duped into providing customers sensitive personal information used to harass and even sexually extort minors. This, according to Bloomberg News, federal law enforcement officials, and industry investigators. The companies deceived by fraudulent legal requests include Meta Platforms, Apple Inc.'s Google, Snap, Twitter, and Discord. Bloomberg reports the obtained data targeted specific women and minors. 73% of Americans support U.S. efforts to supply Ukraine with weapons. A Reuters Ipsos poll completed on Tuesday shows that's the highest level of support since Russia invaded its neighbor in February. The two-day poll comes as the U.S. and its allies ramp up plans to deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you that.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up every time.
Every day, diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we've got clear lines. Up and running here. Good to have you on board as we get a Wednesday underway. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Check it in there. Hey there. Hello to Cadillac Mac. Checking in. Clear sailing on I-75 through Dayton, Ohio. Thanks for keeping us entertained during the overnight hours. It's much appreciated. Keep them sunny side up. Keep them straight. All right, thank you, Cadillac Mac. Rocky, a.k.a. Papa Rock, checking in on I-49 northbound south of Texarkana, Arkansas. It's kind of cool. We've got clear skies. Everybody be safe out there. Nate saying howdy from Greeley, Colorado. 62 degrees, a good night to go trucking. Hello to Manuel, top of the morning, 37 degrees here at the Walmart DC in Mankato, Minnesota. This cold weather is for the birds. Let's hope some of that warm air comes up from the northern plains. Hang in there. Spring will eventually arrive. Patience, my friend. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. Got 52 degrees. I'm heading south with a load of scrap. Safe travels, everybody. Hello to Glenn. Morning, Steve, and the drivers out there. Just got into the home 20 here in Florida. It's a beautiful 75 degrees tonight. All right, enjoy that. Please send some of that our way. All right, Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. 51 with clear skies in Stoneville, North Carolina. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. Hello to Dean. I said, hey, Steve, I just saw a truck stop sign advertising a prime rib dinner for $30. What a deal, huh? Or not? $30.29. Food prices. Yeah, I mean, that's supposed to be a bargain price. A truck stop dinner, no less, for $30. Let's see. Hello from Jackson, Ohio. There's John checking in. Now, speaking of the higher prices, I've been kind of warning about the continued shutdowns in China. We saw what happened initially back in 2020. The ripple effect, the supply chain issues that even to this day continue from that initial lockdown of so many millions in the various provinces of China. But of course now hitting the likes of Shanghai and some of the major manufacturing areas and facilities and regions there in China, where they've been shut down for more than a month now. Said in a matter of time, and those ripple effects, it's going to get ugly again with the supply chain, as if it's not already bad enough. Just this past day, I'm seeing thousands of air fryers are stuck in factories, warehouses, and ports in central China, where the shutdowns are again stalling millions of dollars worth of inventory. Now, this is about one particular business that's run out of Los Angeles, the Yeti Housewares Company, a family-run business in L.A. How quickly those backlogged appliances make it to the United States could have wide-ranging implications across our economy as domestic manufacturers and retailers brace for another round of disruptions from the COVID-related shutdowns in Shanghai. That's the largest city in China. Now, they tell us White House officials are paying close attention to the disruptions to monitor the potential impact on the U.S. economy. Things are getting crazy again, according to the company's president. Everything is halted. There are closures this very minute that are adding to the supply chain nightmare that we've been experiencing for the past 2 years. Other executives dealing with similar scrambles as the situation in China appears to change on a daily basis, which is now sweeping up many different sectors. Of course, the COVID outbreaks have brought entire cities to a standstill in China. It is hobbling manufacturing and shipping hubs throughout the entire country. An estimated 373 million people, or about a quarter of China's population, are under some sort of COVID-related lockdowns right now or in recent weeks because they continue to pursue what they call their zero COVID policy, thinking they can lock things down and stop the spread. It has not worked anywhere else in the world, and it will not work in China. I just do not understand why they continue to pursue this policy of locking things down. What they're essentially doing is just prolonging longer and longer, the ultimate sweep of the virus through the population. There are fears new lockdowns could soon take hold in the capital city of Beijing, which would further escalate the threat to the global economic recovery. Anxiety over new disruptions already causing the Chinese stock market to fall sharply, weighing on U.S. stock indexes as well, which, if you had not yet seen, it was not a pretty day on the stock market. This past day, I'm trying to, as we speak, let me pull up. Wall Street rattled. The Dow down 809 points this past day alone. There are signs things are just going to get worse. Of course, Shanghai, a major hub for semiconductor and electronics supply chains, has set up automakers, electronics companies, and consumer good firms for months of delays. And then, of course, the costs are going to go up even more. The challenge is on top of more than already 2 years of global shipping disruptions, as we were hoping things would get so much better this year. Tech giants and auto manufacturers relying heavily on Shanghai-based suppliers and ports. Roughly one half of Apple's top suppliers, for example, are based in or near that city. Apple did not respond to requests for comment. Meanwhile, Volkswagen's chief executive said that the automaker is temporarily unable to meet high customer demand due to the ongoing lockdowns. That company, which actually had to stop production at some facilities for more than a month for COVID-related reasons, says they're gradually resuming production now. But if Shanghai continues to be unable to resume work and production from May, all tech and industrial players involving the Shanghai supply chain will completely shut down, especially the auto industry. According to Richard Yu, is the head of consumer and auto business at the Chinese tech giant Huawei, which reported to have said on the social media platform, the delays and closures are now adding to cost, could pose yet another threat to long-term inflation, which is already, as we know, at a 40-year high. Yeti Housewares, for example, raised prices on all of their products, including their air fryers, their electric pressure cookers, and bread makers, by 10% in January of this year, and costs are going to continue to rise. Costs continue to climb, in part because of the war in Ukraine. The price of plastic, they say, which is a major component in things like air fryers, is up about 5% this year already. They're also paying more for transportation because they've had to begin moving goods by truck from the Shanghai to ports in other regions 3 hours away, with the hope of trying to get their products on ships there. White House officials, they tell us, are closely monitoring the situation in Shanghai. The State Department providing frequent updates on the potential effects. Some of the new economic data shows Chinese exports of goods rose by 15% relative to last year. But that data does not reflect the impact of the Shanghai lockdown, which began at the end of last month. So we're not even yet seeing, again, those ripple effects. They're coming. Just as things appeared to be getting somewhat closer to normal, as in pre-pandemic, as far as the supply chain is concerned, it's only going to get worse. And the prices of everything will continue to rise. Get a quick time out and to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Once again, our number, 844-844-3388. Somewhere down the line, we'll hear that. Hey, Mike. What's going on, Chevy guy? Good to have you with us.
Oh, I got on a site news site called The Hill, and I was watching that, and they were talking about the other side, a pro-Russian side, and I was listening to this guy that I guess in Ukraine, they're going after anybody that has pro-Russian feelings that's even in the government or the news media. They're going after them. They were talking about the fact that Ukraine, I'm just, throwing it out there.
Mm-hmm.
The Ukraine, the people that we are supporting, they've had goon squads going into the Crimea. Now, yes, their country was taken over by the Russians into Crimea. Crimea is Ukrainian territory claimed by the Russians. So they've been at war and have had hit squads and going back and forth for 8 years now. And it kept going on. And I was having conversation, very pro-Russian people on there that on the commenter and went back and forth. But what I thought was interesting is in all this is this reporter that was saying that the current government in the Ukraine was so evil was actually he wasn't able to speak about what he did when they arrested him and all this stuff. And nothing. You listen to the pro-Russian ideas, and then you got to ask this one little question: is how many reporters in Russia that are taken off the street are ever seen again? So I just put it. It's just plain and simple. That plus the fact is Russia is in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. I said I'd be more willing to listen if Russia wasn't in Ukraine. Man, we don't need to get involved with this mess, I'm really telling you, we're not getting 100% of the information, and we're getting our media. You can trust our media. Even Fox it's a very anti-Russian, pro-Ukraine, and I'm telling you, they're not. They were corrupt and they're evil. They don't have our value system, and I'm really fearful that this Biden's going to put boots on the ground, which they've already indicated a couple times. You got some Democrat senators that are almost demanding that we put boots on the ground over there, and this does not. We're going to help supply them with this war material, And what I can see, I know Putin, I think, believed he could do this in 3 days, but this does not look like it's going to end anytime soon. So at least, let's put it this way, the food, I believe you made mention earlier, the food supplies are going to suffer. The oil situation suffers. Mm-hmm. So the answer is for America is for us to wake up, start making, China, we need to start making our own stuff. We're starting, this, and really, if this goes all the way back to Nixon. The reason why we figured we could open up China is we becoming trading partners with them. And, they figured their mindset is all about the dollar bill, wealthy. Everybody will be wealthy. Everybody will be tied in. Everybody will be happy. But they haven't reckoned in there's still dictators in this world. China, and there's still dictators, Putin, that, they don't care about the wealth. They want the power and they want the property. So, we got to be careful who we fall in with, it's amazing the stories that you hear on both sides. And I think somebody said, I think I heard on your show or a news report, it says, don't believe anything you hear coming from either Russia or Ukraine. And I think that's the best thing. In other words, don't believe anything you hear from the Democrats. Go ahead.
It's what do they call it? Psychological warfare. When Ukraine releases numbers about the number of Russian troops that have died, and the numbers seem to be a whole lot. I mean, the idea is to sap the morale from the Russian fighting forces, and Russia's trying to do the same thing. I mean, notice how Russia tried to cover up the sinking of that ship by saying, well, they had a fire on board. They tried to deny that it was actually a Ukrainian missile that took that out. And then 24 hours ago, we were talking about the big oil depot 70 miles north of the Ukraine border, and the military base that had been hit by apparently rockets from Ukraine, but Russia doesn't want to admit that Ukraine's able to do anything. They're both putting out disinformation.
And hey, things ain't all hunky-dory in Russia either. They've been arresting people off the streets. Guess what? That's not fun going to a Russian prison. And they had an oil refinery go up in smoke in Russia. So things, this thing can grow, and hopefully we won't get involved, but I don't have an answer to it. It's just amazing how these people are just so set. I mean, let's face it, this planet, go outside, look at the stars, this tiny little blue planet, and it's amazing how much how often and how much time people on this planet spend trying to push each other off of it. So, other than that, we're going to sit back with this cheerful news on Wednesday. We're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip going down to South Georgia this morning.
All right.
Thank
you much.
Over and out.
Gosh, over and out. Be safe out there. All right. So clear lines at 844-3388. I think most of us, and the polls indicate that as well, that three out of four Americans are supportive of our helping to arm the Ukrainians to stave off the Russian invasion. The number is actually 73%, the highest level of support since the invasion started, according to the Reuters Ipsos poll completed this past day. This is a two-day poll as the United States and our allies continue to ramp up plans to deliver more heavy weapons to Ukraine. And of course, you had the senior Russian official that warned the West, do not underestimate the elevated risk of nuclear conflict. If we don't want to have to get involved with U.S. forces. But with each passing day, yes, I'm kind of more inclined, like Chevy guy, it's looking more and more like at some point we're going to be drug into this. The previous poll from late in March, before the global outrage erupted, when you began to discover the mass graves, the slain civilians in Kyiv, at that point there was a 68% that supported shipping munitions and weapons to Ukraine. The latest poll shows solid majorities of both Democrats and Republicans are backing the U.S. sanctions on Russia, and they said they would prefer candidates in the November 8th midterm congressional election who support military aid for Ukraine. But the continued tensions growing, mounting between Washington and Moscow are fueling concerns that Russia could try to interfere with the elections come November. Nearly half of Americans, including 6 out of 10 Democrats and nearly half of Republicans, are concerned that Russia may try to influence the congressional elections. Misinformation, online propaganda, well, hell yeah, they will. You know, we also got word this past day, I think it's a pretty significant announcement that Germany actually stepping up to the plate. Germany agreeing to deliver anti-aircraft tanks to Ukraine, according to the German Defense Ministry. Again, they just announced that this past day. This kind of underscores a major shift in the approach to providing military assistance to Ukraine. Now, especially when it comes from Germany. I'll give you more on what Germany had to say this past day coming up. At the same time, I think it was Eagle, I believe, that brought up last week with, we are sending tons of rockets, missiles, javelins, sidewinders. I mean, we're kind of drawing down our own inventory for this country's protection. And he was correct. More on that coming up as well. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The fate of the Remain in Mexico policy, which forces asylum seekers to wait south of the border, is now in the hands of the Supreme Court. Texas is suing to keep it in place.
The president undoubtedly has broad foreign policy discretion powers in dealing with foreign governments. That doesn't give the president a basis for ignoring a congressional command.
State Solicitor General Judd Stone arguing that under the Immigration and Nationality Act, if Homeland Security cannot detain illegal immigrants, it must send people to Mexico. Consumer confidence is slipping amid soaring inflation. The Conference Board's consumer index falling 0.3% in April after a modest increase last month. The board's Lynn Franco noting purchasing intentions are down overall, but Americans still plan to buy big-ticket items like cars and major appliances. USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my 5th successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
For the first time, more than half of the United States population has detectable levels of COVID-19 antibodies from a prior infection. That's according to new data from the CDC. But agency director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says that doesn't mean all of those people have maximum protection from the virus.
Those who have detectable antibody from prior infection, we still continue to encourage them to get vaccinated. We don't know how long when that infection was. We don't know whether that protection has waned.
The number of Americans with detectable COVID-19 antibodies surged from 34% in December to 58% in February. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the United States won't take part in saber-rattling when it comes to Moscow's threats about a possible nuclear conflict. He called it reckless, dangerous, and unhelpful after a weekend visit to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is continuing to sign bills passed by the legislature.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill Monday to create a police force dedicated to voter fraud and other election crimes. The law creates an Office of Election Crimes and Security under the Florida Department of State. They will review fraud allegations and conduct preliminary election investigations.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. The world's oldest person has passed away.
Kane Tanaka of Japan, who was recognized as the world's oldest person, has died at age 119. Born in January 1903, Tanaka enjoyed playing Othello and had a penchant for chocolate and fizzy drinks. She was certified as the oldest living person in 2019 when she was 116 years old. City officials in her hometown of Fukuoka say she lived at a nursing home and was in and out of the hospital only recently. With Tanaka's death, the world's oldest human is now Lucille Randon, a 118-year-old French nun known as Sister Andre. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
Recent polling found that middle-of-the-road Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia is now one of the most popular senators in the country. The West Virginia Democrat's popularity in his home state has surged by 16 points since Biden took office. Manchin has repeatedly stood in the way of the far-left agenda associated with the Biden administration. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
In the beginning, it was all just tractor pulling. Stocks get superpowers, and mods venture beyond their limits. And nowadays, there's a class for everybody. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. As we noted in our last report, tractor pulling is in its 10th decade of existence, and the NTPA is in its 6th. But even as the object of the game, dragging a weighted sled the furthest distance along a straight course, has held constant for over half a century, the types of machines doing the pulling have evolved markedly, and every pulling fan now has a favorite division for which to cheer. At the NTPA's inception in 1969, all vehicles competed within a single category, but different classes were conducted for vehicles of differing weights, given that heavier vehicles have a natural traction advantage. As farm tractor engines wore out or suffered failure, innovative farmers found ways to replace them with automotive or industrial power plants, which brought entirely new technology into pulling. Thus came the first split into stock for ag engine factory chassis tractors and modified for tractors that had undergone a transformation of their engines and or frames. Stock became super stock as pullers ramped up the power on their still mostly original tractors by outfitting them with one or more turbochargers, larger pumps, and harder fuels. Modifieds grew into multi-engine monsters on dragster chassis, turning 30-inch wide tires at race car speeds. Some mod pullers downsized into the mini division, dropping fuel-injected car engines into garden tractor-length frames and cutting the weight to about 1,600 pounds, including the driver. Others piled on the horsepower to create unlimited modifieds that weighed 12,000 pounds. Today's unlimiteds are held to 8,000 pounds, but regularly exceed 12,000 horsepower from typically 4 or 5 finely tuned engines. Four-wheel drive trucks got pulling in a big way along the Atlantic coast and southeastern states in the early 1970s and were accepted into NTPA competition at mid-decade. Two-wheel drive trucks joined in the early 1980s, as did a single-turbo version of Superstock called ProStock. Super semis made exhibition passes around that same time, and organized rules followed in the mid-1980s. The popularity of diesel pickups has resulted in several such classes being accepted into NTPA since the mid-2000s. But the majority of vehicles that pull sleds remain tractors, of which there are, in addition to Superstock and ProStock, a multitude of varieties, including Superfarm, Light ProStock, Limited ProStock, Classic Superstock, Light Limited Superstock, Hot Farm, and ProFarm. Each of these divisions have specific and uniform rules for construction that include limits on engine displacement, turbocharger size and number, tire size, drawbar height and length, and chassis length. To be authorized to compete at an NTPA sanctioned event, each vehicle must pass an on-site technical inspection and scale at or less than a predetermined weight. For example, 10,000 pounds for ProStock. All stock tractor and modified vehicles must be equipped with a roll cage, and all vehicles in every division must have shields, cables, engine interrupt, and other safety devices to protect the fans and participants. That, in fact, was the original mission and remains the most proud legacy of the NTPA, the conduct of tractor and truck pulling competitions in a safe and consistent manner. For more information about the NTPA, check out ntpapull.com, and if you have a question and can't find an answer there, drop me a line at john@ntpapull.com and mention that you heard about polling on the Overnight Raider Report. I'd love to get a conversation going with you about the world's most patriotic, family-friendly, and powerful motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you so much, John Dunlap. There we go as we get things underway. Hour number 2. And very quiet on the phones. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. All right, mentioned the Red River in North Dakota. Yes, it's happened before. It'll happen again in the wake of heavy rain and snowmelt this past week. As we speak, flood mitigation efforts are underway across communities that border the Red River in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Manitoba, Canada. Scenes of washed out roads, flooded fields, closed bridges. As emergency personnel fill sandbags, it is a common scene. As a result of the high water right now, unfortunately, the reprieve from wet weather is going to be very short-lived in the Red River Basin, creating continued concerns for long-term flooding issues. As I mentioned last hour, with the 25th anniversary of the flood of '97, still fresh on the minds of locals there. Right now, the good news is a similar scenario is not expected to unfold. 1997, the Red River gauge at Grand Forks hit 54.35 feet. That was the all-time record there. Now, the expected crest later this week is forecast to climb to around 46 feet. So we're still 8 feet short of the record crest. Regardless, though, this crest will still land solidly in the top 10 of all time in Grand Forks. The ongoing flooding across much of the Red River Valley of the North, obviously due to a series of events that unfortunately keep adding up. The heavy rain late last week that helped rapidly melt some of the snow from the blizzard that occurred earlier this month that dumped a large amount of moisture on already saturated soil from the earlier snowmelt back in late March and early April. That led to a direct injection of meltwater right into the area streams and rivers. That's what's driving up the Red River to near historic levels in places from Grand Forks on northward. Now, they explain due to the flat terrain, floodwaters can take a long time to recede along the Red River, which is why the late week, this week, threat of more heavy rain is very concerning. The river may only drop a few feet back into moderate flood stage before that rain again begins. In recent days, communities near the Red River of the North have come together constructing walls of sandbags. Of course, dry, chilly conditions across the northern plains continue through today with an area of high pressure overhead. By Thursday, forecasters tell us they will be monitoring that budding storm moving out of the Rockies into the high plains, which will ultimately produce again the threat of heavy rain in the northern plains late this week. Places like Fargo and Grand Forks may experience a bit of light rain Thursday. Rainfall totals shouldn't be to the magnitude of elevating flooding issues, but on Friday, light rain is still in the forecast. Should be more of a nuisance than anything else. Yeah, the biggest push of moisture arrives on Saturday along the Red River Valley as that storm shifts northeastward. The only bit of good news for those along the Red River Valley is the expected zone of the heaviest rain, maybe on the western fringes of the river's watershed. Either way, they tell us an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain is possible between Friday night and through the upcoming weekend. That would easily send the Red River back toward major flood stage once again. While many towns along the Red River Valley are well protected even from this kind of flooding, obviously many roads and bridges will be forced to close. The town of Oslo, Minnesota, will most likely become an island in the river for a period of time as roads, railroads, and bridges are all forced to close there. It's amazing. While some areas are dealing with incredible drought conditions, others underwater. Well, can't we just share the wealth, as they say, right? Good morning to Tom Kelly. Hey there, got your email. Happy Hump Day. He says, I actually do have a dog named Mike. Mike. Because of the Geico Hump Day commercial. 5 years ago, I found the poor thing lying in the middle of the street injured. He followed me all the way home. It was actually on a Wednesday, so I named him Mike. Did you know the voice of the camel in that commercial is a guy by the name of Chris Sullivan from This Is Us? Now, some of your listeners might know him better as Taserface from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Yes, it is true. The Geico camel and Taserface are the same guy. I did not know that, Tom. Anyway, coming up later this morning, TNCRadio.live. Right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, TNC Radio rebroadcasting last night's episode of Taillights with Angie and Larry Baum. Then stay tuned for an encore presentation of Women Road Warriors. Shelley and Kathy interviewed Valerie Bertinelli about her work in empowering women. I know you had a crush on young Valerie. Hey, you know it, Tom. No doubt about it. Yeah, I'm right in that age category. When all guys my age had a crush on the young Valerie Bertinelli. Then coming up at 7 o'clock Eastern Time this morning, it's the new edition of Thoughts and Coffee from your friends at Let's Talk Supply Chain. And don't forget to catch the Morning Grind with the latest news, traffic, weather, music, maybe a few laughs as well. And you'll also get a keyword during the Morning Grind in our $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Contest coming up later this morning. So, yeah, have a great show, Steve. Tell everybody, be safe out there on this weird weather day. Thank you much, Tom Kelly. Hey, Mike. And our number, 844-844-3388. Let me jump over to Frank is on the line, I believe. Hello, Frank. How we doing?
I'm doing great, Steve. There. I got a feedback there, huh? I caught in first-time caller for me, so Can you hear me all right?
We got you. Has the echo gone away now? It should. Usually, I don't know what causes that, but usually if I say something back, it goes away.
Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah, let me tell you a little about myself. I've been driving for 40 years for the company I'm with now. I'm 72 years old. And I have sent you an email on my old 39 Chevy pickup with a B-17 bomber about the hot shot secret and the transmission, which worked perfectly.
Okay. I think I remember.
And,
getting that email. Yes.
And I have emailed you from Ireland before we go out there. In October, I'm going to Australia for vacation.
Really? Maybe get by and see Sylvester while you're there. He'll show you around town. What part of Australia are you going to?
Right,
He's like in New South Wales, I believe it is.
Yeah, we're going to fly in Sydney. Then we're going to go to Melbourne. Then we're going to come back to Sydney for 5 days and back up north of Sydney up there and come home. We'll probably just drive around a lot. When I was in Ireland, I had a car out there. I drove put 3,000 miles on it, just drive around that island.
Wow.
But anyways, I was talking about the acid reflux. Ricky Roadway.
Yes. What a pain. I've been dealing with it for years.
I had that when I was 65. My doctor gave me medicine for that. Come to find out, it wasn't acid reflux. I was having little tiny heart attacks, and one day I had a big heart attack. I had to go in and have open heart surgery. I had 6 clogged arteries.
Wow.
And since I had open heart surgery, I never had that acid reflux back again.
So it was
actually. I have talked to other people.
That's why they call it heartburn, because I guess the pain is in the same place where it may be your heart. A lot of people think they're having a heart attack when it's actually acid reflux. You had the opposite, though. You thought it was acid reflux, and it was your heart.
Right, yeah. And I got done with our open heart surgery, went back to see my doctor, and he asked me, what the hell happened to you? Because that's what he was giving me medicine for, is acid reflux.
Wow.
But I talked to other drivers that had the same problem, and the doctor told them the same thing. They was having an acid reflux, and up they had clogged arteries.
Huh.
So I thought I'd bring that up,
I don't know.
Never can tell.
How can they make, I guess they'd have to do some sort of testing to find out one versus the other. I guess if they're looking for the acid reflux, what do they do that is, when they do the lower, it's called a colonoscopy. What is it when they go through the throat down looking at the acid reflux?
Yeah, I didn't have any tests done at all. He just gave me medicine for it, and he figured that's what it was. So I had the heart attack, then I went to the hospital. Then they run the scope on me, then he found them. But they only did 2.5 bypass to get around all 6 of them.
Wow. Okay.
6 of them was 80% clogged.
Wow. So you were probably having a hard time catching your breath and whatnot, probably.
No, I never lost my breath or nothing. I never really felt like I was having heart problems at all. I just had like an acid reflux. That's what I thought it was a couple of times. And I had to sit up in bed. And then most of the time I had them at night when I lay down. I had to sit up in bed and take a couple of them pills that he gave me. And they kind of went away. But one Sunday afternoon, I was outside working, and it felt like a semi parked on my chest. And I told the wife, "We better take me to emergency. Something ain't right down there." Took me to emergency, and they flew me up. I live in Manistee, Michigan. They took me up to Traverse City to the heart doctor hospital up there, and that's what they come up.
Wow.
Clogged. Nothing wrong with the heart. The heart was in great shape. So just thought maybe I'll let somebody know about that to be careful with what they think they might have. You know?
Okay, don't ignore the acid reflux, huh?
Right? Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not the only one that had that problem. The doctor told them the same thing. You know.
Well, hey, thanks for the heads up there, Frank. I'm going to get you a first-time caller code here. How about that? HotShotSecret.com, get you a $60 code for checking in. So.
Oh, that sounds great. That sounds great. I was about ready to order some more of that. I use it in my pickup truck, and I use it in my old 39 Chevy. I drive a company truck. It's a lease truck, so I can't use it in that.
Okay. Well, that'll definitely help out and cut down on the cost for $60 worth of product. How about that?
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in there, Frank, and thanks for the advice. I hope that's not the case. Oh, boy, it's 844-844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll get back to your calls coming up here. It is 844-844-3380. Looking at some of the other listeners checking in here via Facebook and YouTube. Checking out the scene this morning. There's a John from Jackson, Ohio. There's John Bruce right after that. Says, good morning, Steve. The recaps requiring me to switch from day to night driving for the 9 hours from Tennessee to Michigan. All right, so John's on board this morning. Let's see, Norman says, we could build all that stuff here if we could just find people that would be willing to work. Talking about, obviously, the supply chain issues and all of our continued reliance on China. And there were several others commenting on that. Pappy, first of all, says we've got a nice day in store tomorrow. Shanghai ain't shut down due to the bug. Believe that. Everybody hammer down and be safe. And Pappy's, he and several others have alluded to China is, in a roundabout way, actually trying to support and assist Russia. They're looking to hurt the West, as they call it, us, and other countries that rely on all their product coming out of China. Who else said, let's see here, there's Dean, Buckeye Boy. It's just my opinion, but I think China is artificially creating these shutdowns to try and cripple the supply chains to the West and other countries to slow down the production of weapons and ammo that we're sending to Ukraine, or even resupply our stockpiles, as well as hurt our economy to protect Russia. If we don't get goods imported, then the government can't collect tariffs and taxes, making it harder to pay the hundreds of millions of dollars to pay China on loans and interest. That's a good point to bring up there, Buckeye Boy, because here I'm looking at, matter of fact, just this past day, Tuesday, the Senate Armed Services Committee met, looking at the so-called health of our industrial inventory, along with our capabilities for meeting the needs of our country's armed forces. The meeting revealed the United States could be facing a significant supply issue with our weapons base in lieu of the ongoing support for Ukraine. The United States has given 1/3 of our Javelin missiles to Ukraine, with many more needed, they say. Now, at the current pace, unacceptably, it takes a full year to produce 1,000 Javelin missiles. Proof that we need the Defense Production Act, said Senator Richard Blumenthal. As a follow-up tweet, he said, thankfully, America is sending Ukraine weapons like howitzers, M113 armored personnel carriers, javelins, and stingers from our own supplies, but our cupboards are going to be bare, endangering our security without the Defense Production Act. Manufacturers need a clear demand signal. In other words, they're saying we've got the Defense Protection Act essentially forcing manufacturers that may be manufacturing other products, whatever it would be, start manufacturing to replenish our supplies. Also, during that meeting, Blumenthal estimated that replenishing U.S. stocks of those weapons would require 32 months. I mean, we're talking almost 3 years. Now, from his perspective, if the U.S. military keeps providing Ukraine with Javelin missiles under the current rate of domestic production, our country could experience a major weapons shortage in the coming months. The Defense Protection Act of 1950 provides the United States President with emergency authority to require private businesses to accept and prioritize government contracts to produce goods deemed necessary to ensure our national security. Now, that was last invoked at the start of the COVID pandemic back in March of 2020. The mission back then, as a scale of measure, when President Trump ordered manufacturers to quickly produce personal protection equipment, which was in very short supply at the time, to guard against national product hoarding and price gouging. Now, Blumenthal said this past day, unless the president invokes the Defense Protection Acts to prioritize deliveries of components to the manufacturers to give that demand signal, we're going to run out of these key arms. That's not good. Former Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Ellen Lord, who also served under the Trump administration, told the Armed Services Committee that the DPA would help replenish our Javelin stock. I think DPA Title III, which allows the department to move money to industry and actually make the capital investments or train the workforce or develop the supply chain, is where you can really move the needle on this issue. Lord also stated that under the Title I of the DPA, defense items can be given a DO rating, placing its production ahead of other commercial items. Most critical goods are given a rating of DX, which are produced with even greater priority. The downside to that, though, is the DX rating has been overused, and often the supply doesn't meet the speed of the country's request. But that's the first time I've heard those numbers. We've depleted a third of our Javelin supply. And yes, we're going to continue sending. Yeah, we got to get on the ball here. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The police officer found guilty of killing George Floyd wants a new trial. Tim Berg reports.
An attorney representing former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is filing an appeal for a new trial. The 82-page appeal argued several reasons why Chauvin could not have received a fair trial in Minneapolis for the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney says jurors felt pressure over further protests and riots by Twin Cities residents if the former officer was acquitted.
A study Tuesday from the CDC reports 3/4 of U.S. children have been infected with the coronavirus. Among Americans of all ages, more than half showed signs of previous infection. In addition, the research indicated signs of past infections rose dramatically between December and February when the Omicron variant surged. You're listening to USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Got your crayons out? It's our $1,000 daily driver bonus from Hot Shot Secret at TNCRadio.live. Your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Here you go. Keyword. First keyword this Wednesday morning is mind. As in mind your own business. M-I-N-D. Simply go to tncradio.live. On the web, tncradio.live, the app on your smartphone. Take your pick, enter that keyword mind, and you are registered for the $1,000 daily giveaway. And, of course, each entry coming up on May the 9th. All entries from throughout the contest, the 5-week contest, gets dropped back into the virtual hat, as they call it, and someone will win a $10,000 grand prize. Mind is your keyword here on a Wednesday morning. Quickly, before I get back to the calls, let me jump back to the announcement from Germany. We were talking about, here we are depleting our supplies of munitions and reducing our own defense for this country. Germany's announcement, a big shift from their approach providing military help to Ukraine. The commitment to deliver the Gepard, I believe that's how you pronounce Gepard, G-E-P-A-R-D, Gepard anti-aircraft systems, was announced by the defense minister at a meeting of international defense officials at the Ramstein U.S. Air Force Base in Germany yesterday. He said, "We've decided yesterday we will support Ukraine with anti-aircraft systems, which is exactly what Ukraine needs now to secure the airspace from the ground." Now, this is big. It's the first time Germany has agreed to provide this type of heavy weaponry to Ukraine as they continue to fight off the Russian invasion. This particular system was phased out from active duty in Germany back in 2010. Germany initially released calls to provide weaponry to Kiev. They resisted those calls. They had only agreed to provide humanitarian help and medical equipment, those sort of things. That was kind of the approach. That's the line that they had for decades, a policy of not supplying lethal weapons to a crisis zone. Now, just months before Vladimir Putin ordered the invasion, the then new German government agreed to include that restrictive arms export policy into their coalition agreement. Now, facing pressure from allies and the German public, the government was forced to overhaul the rules. By late February, the German chancellor announced Germany would start delivering some weapons to Ukraine. At that point, they insisted on calling them defensive weapons. He also announced Germany would start pumping more money into its own armed forces. The first such investment was publicly confirmed last month when Germany announced they would purchase 35 U.S.-made F-35A fighter jets. Yeah, those are some badass jets, but some very expensive jets as well. Just last week, Germany's foreign minister said that while other partners are now providing artillery to Ukraine, Germany will help with training and maintenance. She said that Germany could not provide further weaponry as we don't have any weapons we could deliver quickly without delay right now. Now, she did go on to say Germany had chosen not to make public all the weapons they have previously sent to Ukraine. We have supplied anti-tank weapons, Stingers, air defense systems, and many other weapons that we have not spoken about publicly. And I guess that's that announcement. Again, just all these things with each passing day. Vladimir Putin probably getting angrier by the day, right? All right, to the Mercury Man. Hi there, what's happening?
Hey, Steve, what's happening, man?
Happy Hump Day. How's your week going?
Happy Hump Day. Yeah, it's about over. That's all I can say.
Okay.
In regards to China, what's the book called? Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Yeah.
How to defeat your enemies without firing a shot. And the Chinese, the government of China, they are pretty much using a passive aggressive mentality with us because they know they can't beat us militarily, but they can beat us any which way other than, because they supply half of what comes to America.
We are so heavily dependent on them, way over dependent on China for the needs of this country.
That's right, and I guarantee you, the stuff that's going on right now with the lockdowns, that is a passive aggressive move to keep from sending us anything they've got. Just tightening the rope up tighter and tighter and tighter on it. And the Biden administration, they're sending 1/3 of our weapons to Ukraine. They're burning through 1 million barrels of oil a day
out of the reserve,
out of the strategic oil reserve. And now the next ball is fixed to drop.
Taiwan.
To beat Japan. Japan is in trouble.
Japan
is in big trouble.
I thought you were going to say Taiwan. I mean, think about that. The mentality, because obviously when these announcements are being made, what we're discussing right now, China knows. Hey, look. They're depleting their munitions. Looky here. They're not going to have anything to help bolster Taiwan. Let's go on and take Taiwan right now.
That's right. And when Japan falls, they've already asked the Biden administration for $2 trillion in bailouts because of they're broke. I think they said that 237 yen is equal to $1, and it's getting worse and worse every day.
Wow.
And they can't pay their bills or anything. But see, our largest fleet is in Japan. Other than the ports here in America, our largest outboard fleet is in Japan. And we're going to have to prop them up. We're going to have to help them because if we get out of Japan, Taiwan is just fair game. That's the only thing that's keeping Taiwan afloat right now is our fleet in Japan, and they are in deep, deep trouble. They was talking this afternoon. I heard on Glenn Beck that their people over there. They don't work like we do. They don't work like they used to. Most of their manufacturing has gone out of the country. It's either in Thailand, America, Australia. They don't manufacture cars there in Japan no more. They're all manufactured here in America. All their cars are made here in America. They don't. Their population. They said that they have 3 adults, elderly adults over the age of 70, for every one 30-year-old working age person. And that one working age person has to support those 3 elderly people. And that's unsustainable. It's a mess. And I think we've already give them like $1.2 trillion over the past few years to help support them, because they hold a large amount of our treasury notes. And if they default on their treasury notes, it's like a house of cards that's going to tumble down. And if that's the case, if that happens, Taiwan will be under the flag of the Chinese people.
Yeah.
Believe that. But I didn't know if anybody knew about Japan, because it's flying under the radar right now.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, honestly, I haven't really seen anything in regard to Japan. You're kind of bringing it up for the first time to me.
Yeah, I heard it for the first time this afternoon, and I said, wow, I haven't heard that before either. So it's fixed to start floating around. If the news media will ever get sights off of Ukraine for just 10 minutes and just start looking around the rest of the world and start reporting what's going on in the rest of the part of the globe, maybe we'll know these things, but they're so far up Ukraine right now. It's Ukraine. That's all we're doing. And all CBS, they're all they do is when they go to Ukraine, they always go the heartfelt route. Yes, I feel sorry for those people over there. I really do. But them people over there, that's like Ukraine and Russia. That's like 2 brothers going at it. And you don't step in the middle between 2 brothers fighting. Just let them go, let them sort it out, and we'll deal with whoever wins. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
It's a mess. It is a mess, and I don't see any which way out of it. All I can say is just make sure your family's got plenty of food to last maybe at least a year.
A year? Wow.
Get your couple of
that's a lot.
At least a year. Yeah. I'm afraid after the big reset's done, that's going to happen too. This is all uncharted territory, man. They want it so bad. It's going to happen. That's the only way I see out of it. But it's going to be the brave new world after all this is over with, and it's going to be several years before we can see past it or whatever. But I don't know. I'm tilling my garden tomorrow.
All right.
Go ahead and plant me something at least,
Wow. Okay.
Something. I need to lose weight anyway.
Well, hey, on that bright note, thanks for checking in, Mercury Man. You have a good morning. Be safe out there.
You got it, man. We'll see you.
And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, when they say you can't make this stuff up, I'm looking at it was a tweet from a BBC News journalist. You know, the BBC News over in the UK. He sends a photograph. I guess he's visiting America. He's here in the United States for something. No idea what. But he says, "Hi from America, where Walmart doesn't have a plug adapter for my UK laptop. But on the other hand, I can buy a rifle and ammunition." He sends the photograph. This guy hasn't seen a real gun in so long, he doesn't know what one looks like. Walmart stopped carrying most of the guns, right? They've got the Red Ryder BB gun. Yeah, below that, next shelf, you've got there's another Daisy 880, and under that is the Crossman 760 Pumpmaster, all, BB guns. Yeah, you're really going to do a lot of carnage with your BB gun there. Pray for England. Ohio gun owners shared this. It said, "Pray for England. This BBC journalist hasn't seen a real gun in so long, he doesn't even know what one looks like." Come on, Ralphie, the Red Ryder BB gun, the carbine action. About 5 before the hour. Hello to Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I had to go see my psycho the rapist service today because when I done that commercial last night, I didn't mention them women wearing your T-shirt, so I thought I was having severe problems or something there. So, but he told me I was all right. That one time wasn't going to be too bad there. You know, the love of money is the root of all evil there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And did I hear him correctly say them Japper crappers are American made now? What's monkey guys are going to complain about if them was American made cars?
Oh.
Them bow ties, are they still made in America?
Yeah, they've been making those Toyotas here for years. When you bring that up, some people say, "Well, I don't care if they're building them here. All the profits from the sales, all the money goes back to the Japanese." So I guess to some extent, I get where they're coming from there.
Well, monkey guys ain't gonna be able to complain about them now. I think them bow ties are made overseas too, right?
A lot of components.
Don't they make some bow ties, Chevrolet products overseas?
Yes, they do. Yes, and a lot of components and whatnot. Sure.
Yeah. Well, let's shift gears. Old Hank Williams Jr., mind your own business, buddy. That's a good old song. If you won't be minded, mind. If you'll mind your own there. Well, let's try this one time, see how it goes. Steve, what day is it? What day is it? Oh, wait a minute. Your name's not Mike.
Hey, Mike.
I didn't do a good job of imitating horse feathers there, did I? Well, we can do some Johnny Cash, How High is the Water, too, but we ain't going to sing him. They do them upper GIs and EKGs for that heartburn and acid reflux there, and them chili dogs, they always bark at night. I think you know that.
Undoubtedly, and
sent you an email earlier there about Tornado Alley shifting east.
I've seen that. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. They I put it right over in the neck of my woods there, so I didn't like that much of it there. But he said that happens all the time. It'll shift east and then back west and then back east. It's kind of like global warming and all that good stuff. We just it just happens every now and then. It goes in a cycle, right?
Things that go in cycles, yes, sir.
Yeah, I read this. Georgia restaurant worker was a woman. She's been honored for grilling her 1 millionth steak. See, she's worked in this one restaurant for 20 years and finally grilled 1 million steaks.
Wow!
I hope she got them all done right. Yeah, that's pretty awesome there. So, this boy, 13-year-old Steve, he is set to graduate from the University of Minnesota. That's a smart person right there.
Yep.
Or I'd have to think he was smart. Yep. It took me everything I could do to get through college. So, anyway, I needed more money than I needed to finish college. I don't like but 12 hours, so they'll just have to sit there until I can retire, right? And go back and finish up one semester. I majored in business management. I manage myself real well, Steve, as long as I do what Tennessee tells me to do exactly, right?
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Well, that's all my bull on it. Maybe horse feathers will get in here and do that muck thing, and we'll get it all done right.
We
all
got
right,
him.
have a good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Got him coming up. He's hanging on, as a matter of fact. And after that, we've got plenty of room. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Timothy said, Steve, check out the link I sent you, the announcement from the People's Convoy this past evening. The official announcement is the People's Convoy is heading to Olympia, Washington to join the state rally on April 30th. Details ahead on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The police officer found guilty of killing George Floyd wants a new trial. Tim Berg reports.
An attorney representing former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is filing an appeal for a new trial. The 82-page appeal argued several reasons why Chauvin could not have received a fair trial in Minneapolis for the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney says jurors felt pressure over further protests and riots by Twin Cities residents if the former officer was acquitted.
A study Tuesday from the CDC reports 3/4 of U.S. children have been infected with the coronavirus. Among Americans of all ages, more than half showed signs of previous infection. In addition, the research indicated signs of past infections rose dramatically between December and February when the Omicron variant surged. You're listening to USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my fifth successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Vice President Kamala Harris is isolating after being diagnosed with COVID-19.
The White House is reporting Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday tested positive for COVID-19.
Harris, who is fully vaccinated and received a booster shot back in October, has no symptoms. She will isolate and work from the vice president's residence in Washington. Should be noted, vaccinated Democrat Senators Chris Murphy from Connecticut and Ron Wyden from Oregon also tested positive for COVID-19 on Tuesday. Both have mild symptoms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Meanwhile, rumors of Russian President Vladimir Putin's declining health surfaced again on Tuesday. The New York Post reported Putin's face looked, quote, noticeably bloated, unquote, while he posed for pictures with a Russian figure skater. The Post also reported Putin looked swollen last week and appeared to hold on to a table for support in a meeting. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's been a difficult week for Netflix and CNN Plus. Netflix is seeing its stock prices dwindle, while CNN Plus barely made a ripple before the network pulled the plug. Steve Forbes, editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, explained to Newsmax why this might be happening.
Well, I think what you see happening with Netflix, and I think Elon Musk really put it very well. People don't like all this wokey content, and that's why Netflix is losing subscribers. Yes, the competition is very severe. But when you spend $15 billion, $20 billion a year, and most of that is stuff that people really don't like, you got a problem. So CNN didn't even get off the launch pad because people didn't see anything that was going to be unique, that's something that they would want to pay money down for.
Wisconsin police announced the arrest of a juvenile suspect on Tuesday night in a shocking death of a missing 10-year-old girl found murdered near her aunt's home. Chippewa Falls Police Chief Matthew Kelm said the suspect is not a stranger and that tips from the community led to the arrest. 10-year-old Lily Peters' father reported her missing Sunday night when she did not return home from her aunt's house. Her body was discovered the next day. And the New Mexico sheriff investigating the fatal film set shooting of a cinematographer by Alec Baldwin said he's waiting on forensic analysis before turning the case over to prosecutors. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Here we are, another hour underway. So here's the official word from the People's Convoy Facebook page. The People's Convoy is headed to Olympia, Washington to join the state rally on April 30th. Our tentative itinerary is below. Routes and times are subject to change. Because of safety concerns, we ask that you do not bring children with the convoy from Sacramento to Olympia. However, the rally is child-friendly per the state rally organizers. We encourage everyone to join us in this journey north. The Canadian border is in our sight. So there's the official breakdown here. Washington State Capitol rally. Interstate 5 North. Starting this Thursday, departing Sacramento at 9 a.m. We'll travel 300 miles. That'll be 6 hours, averaging 50 miles per hour to exit 21, which is Talent, Oregon. So we arrive at 3 p.m. It's an overnight stay at the Talent truck stop. Friday, depart Talent, Oregon, 9 a.m. Travel 130 miles to exit 148. That's Rice Hill, Oregon. Arriving approximately 11:30 a.m. at the Pilot Flying J truck stop in Price Hill, Oregon. Spend a few hours, depart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, travel another 182 miles to Woodland, Washington, arriving at 5:30 p.m. for an overnight stay there. Saturday, April 30th, departing Woodland, Washington at a to-be-determined time, traveling approximately 90 miles to 512 Park and Ride in Olympia, Washington. Arrival about 12:30 p.m. I'm not even sure what the actual state rally is all about there in Olympia, Washington, but that's the plan. They're going to join the state rally. I have to do a little digging, find out what the state rally in Olympia is actually slated to be all about in that state. Okay, so the People's Convoy continues. Hey, what's going on this morning, Horse Feathers?
Oh, it's same old thing on a hump day. I guess we're supposed to start out by saying, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Did you know Tom Kelly had a dog named Mike because he found him on a Wednesday, hump day?
No, that I didn't.
How about that? Yes. He just shared that with me about 5 years ago. I guess he'd been hit or something. He was laying injured in the road, followed him home, and he said, hey, it's a Wednesday, so I named him Mike. Hey, Mike.
There you go. Well, that's a good way to keep that remembered. So anyways, hey, when you started your show there, you were reading the messages there from people posting there on the Face magazine and the YouTube and all that there. Somebody said they were going to Bryce Canyon. Remember that there?
Yes.
What you read?
That is correct, yes.
So we've got to make sure that when those people go there, they pay their respects to the early settlers there of that area. They're all Red Mule's relatives. Because remember that Bryce Canyon is named after his relatives there.
That is correct. That crossed my mind when I saw that Bryce Canyon. I thought, hey, stop by and say hi to Red Mule, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if Red Mule's there, but I imagine some of his old relatives might still be there, so they should figure out where to stop and pay respects and all that to all them out there. So what's going to happen now? Are we all going to have to wear like 2 masks, and they're going to have to cancel all unnecessary events that, no need to go to ball games and all that because the COVID's so bad now since the vice president's been infected?
Yeah, how about that? Kamala has the COVID, and she's had her shots and her boosters.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
It sounds like she's only had 1 booster. I think she needs to get a couple more boosters. Maybe if she had a couple more boosters, she wouldn't have caught it so bad there. Because she's so sick that she's asymptomatic, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Imagine that. That's terrible sick, ain't it? But having to work from the vice president's house, can't go outside, get in the sunshine, and I don't know. So I guess the last time she was spotted there was at that Easter egg roll there at the White House lawn. So I guess she wasn't in the bunny suit. Have we figured out who was in the bunny suit yet?
Have not figured that out.
They did show a video clip that she was separate from the Easter bunny there. You could see both of them at the same time. Unless of course that Hollywood trickery. Because Hollywood's pretty good at trickery. Because they did that whole moon landing thing there, 1969 there at Hollywood Studios set there. That's they're good at that trickery stuff. So, but I don't know. Do you think they're going to be good at trickery enough to keep Alec Baldwin out of jail? You think he's going to go down for that, or you think he's going to be able to buy his way out of it?
I mean, that's interesting how that story's just faded away. I've heard absolutely nothing about it. I mean, is he looking to go to trial, or I don't even know?
Well, they got some more coming back. I guess they're starting to get some of their results back there. You know, some of the findings of the of the investigation and that. Some of that's starting to come back. So it's been kind of coming back up in the news there, and I think OSHA is got some sort of fine going to be against them for their mishandling of operations on the movie set. So we'll have to see, because not only was he the actor with the gun in his hand when it got discharged, it's just a prop gun though, Your Honor. Even though it was used for target practice there a couple weeks before that on the weekend or something, but that was just a prop gun. It wasn't. Oh, wait a minute, it was a real gun. But anyways, even though he had the gun in his hand when it was discharged, he's also an executive producer, which kind of puts his neck on the line twice there, I would think. So I don't know. We'll have to see how all that starts panning out there. But I got a feeling that the money's going to talk and the horse hockey is going to walk, if you know what I mean. So, but anyways, there. So we'll see how all that develops. But anyways, there. I was trying to get a hold of one of your listeners there, and I guess we'll have to stop using his handle there and call him Mr. Brown, because I don't know, about 8 o'clock at night there, it seems like he's taking his Geritol and going to bed. Can't get a hold of him after that. He gets his Geritol and that, but he kind of forgot what the rest of us people that do the overnight thing was, because he was ringing my phone at 4 o'clock in the afternoon while I was trying to sleep, Your Honor. Can you imagine that?
Is that Buster Brown?
No, it was that guy, that bigger guy there that lives up in Troy, Ohio there. We're just going to call him Mr. Brown from now on there. He's out there on his AARP card there buying Geritol and all that stuff there.
Okay.
Prune juice and gallons of prune juice there. So he's keep his everything in order there and working right. So, but we'll just call him Mr. Brown from now on there. He has to retire his handle there because he can't handle the overnights anymore there. Stay with the big dogs there, right?
Yep.
But anyways, we'll see how that works out. I might get squeezed, might get my neck squeezed for saying that. But anyway, I don't know. But other than that, not a whole lot going on. They're talking the chilly weather's not supposed to hit us until the nighttime 24 hours from now. We're still about 51 degrees out here, Maryland way. So, but they said that the low temperature for Thursday morning is 33. The record low is 33, and that was like 1998. And then you skip to Friday morning, and the record low is 33 degrees again. But that record was set in 1874, 1874. Can you imagine that? So that's a long time to be holding a record to keep for the temperature. That's just got to be about the time they started setting records, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about as far as they go.
Keeping track of that.
That's about as far as they go back. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, there. But so anyways, I've been working on some other lines there for the Make-A-Wish stuff here. We'll check into this a little bit. Less than 2 weeks, Your Honor. Less than 2 weeks to the convoy date.
Hey.
Now the convoy date is a hard date in time. That's Mother's Day, and the convoy goes out on the road at 1:30 in the afternoon. But for anybody that's trying to do donations, there is a little bit of a grace period. They aren't like the tax people that we have in this country. There, you don't have to worry about the April 15th deadline. But donations still go in there for a couple of weeks after the convoy. Still count to this year. So if they get, put in the mail late or something there, they can still be received and still be counted to this year if they get there a little bit late. So,
okay.
So don't hesitate if you're getting behind in what you got to do, or you're one of the procrastinators like me or Steve or somebody like that, I was actually going to nominate Steve to be the president of the Procrastinators Club, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I'll do that sometime for you, Steve.
Thank you much.
But anyways, there. So I was talking with a gentleman from OIDA there, and of course I mentioned that you always mention his stories there about OIDA, what they have going on. Their call to actions when they have reports and stuff come out, and that, and you always keep them mentioned so that us people that actually we're members of OIDA, we actually keep track, and you keep all the current news and events that we need to be up on your show. And so I said that you do as much work as it seems like on this program for them as you did when you run your other program there, the other place. And I said it'd be a little nice if we got a little support coming this way to keep you on the air so we could keep that information flowing to us. So he said he'd had some people call him. So I guess I should act, because I know a while back I asked people to call and bug OIDA about making sure that they knew about you. And maybe I should say, if people are still doing that, maybe they should back off a little bit, because he said he had a few phone calls and had heard about it. And so, but anyway, I got his information. I did forward it to you in your email.
I called Mike Sherberly, within a matter of a month of the program getting started, to let him know and, ask him about, getting some support. Of course, we had Louis Pugh, the executive vice president, interviewed him there at the Mid-America Truck Show when we were down there in Louisville.
Yep.
They know we're here.
Yep. Well, I twisted him again, so you might want to give him another phone call and see if you can get a hold of him, get a little sit down and explain everything to him what's going on. So, and I did mention the other thing that's supposed to be coming along there. So we'll see what the kind of, I don't know if it piqued his interest or whatever, but he at least heard it again. So maybe, but he said he was a little confused because he had a bunch of people calling him that, trying to get him to understand what was going on. And I said, I'll just direct you right to the horse's mouth, and we'll get things all, right there from ground zero. So maybe talk to him again and see if we can get things working here a little bit, because there's no reason they have their own marketing budget, and as I say, there's a bunch of us out here that are members, and we definitely want their information on your show and your show to be here for us to hear about it, because who was it that just got in here? Was it last night before there, said that he hadn't been hearing you in over a year and was lost and didn't know where to get any information from. So
did a little Google search.
Yep. So anyways, it's we got to keep you on the air, and we got to find some people like them to back us up here and keep things going. And the more programming you get out there to other media outlets and everything, then we'll be able to hopefully get them a little bit more recognition as well. So
that'll work. I'll try to.
I've never been able.
I'll try to put another call into Mr. Shermerly there. He's actually got family right here in Cincinnati. He's very familiar with this town. Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you, Horse Feathers. What are we looking at? 21 past the hour. Who we got checking in here? Gary says, "Hey, Steve, I'm in the Philippines. Thanks for keeping me up to date with the news. We're in election time here, and we're already hearing rumors about another shutdown here after the elections." And boy, well, good to have you with us there, Gary, in the Philippines. There's Dave. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine, where we've got heavy rain today. Tomorrow night, 1 or 2 inches of snow. Tomorrow night, very cold and raw. There's the Tar Heel in North Carolina. Good morning, everybody. Good to have you on board. Let's see, anybody else? There's Billy. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Everybody stay safe out there. And Danny. He said, all right, horse feathers, that's enough. All right, we'll get a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, you may have caught it in the news break there, top of the hour, last couple of hours, talking about the number of kids who have had COVID, and obviously an overwhelming majority of them were asymptomatic. There was a much broader picture released this past day, and these undoubtedly are still estimates because there's no definitive way to know. But I've been saying for a long time, when the CDC releases the numbers on how many millions of Americans have been affected by COVID-19 over the past couple of years, since the beginning of the outbreak, that there's millions of people who were asymptomatic. I mean, and going back to a time when there weren't even tests yet available to see if they had COVID. Unknowingly. Supposedly, Kamala Harris, I guess she's in that category. Yeah, I guess one of the rules at the White House are still requiring testing. Apparently, she arrived at the White House yesterday morning, immediately took a test, and she tested positive on the rapid test. And then they did the other test, and it came back positive. She's back to her home in quarantine, but no symptoms. How many other millions of Americans? I said back when the COVID swept through the Sommers residence back right there at the first of the year. It was it was right between Christmas and New Year when my daughter was the first one sick. Then the mother-in-law who was here for the holidays, then my wife, and then myself. Not one of us actually went to a doctor for testing. We did the home tests, but none of us would have been on the record of having had COVID. I said, how many other millions and millions of people fall into that category? The numbers from the CDC they had been saying that they had 80 million officially recorded cases of COVID here in the United States. The numbers released yesterday, that's at least 110 million short. By February of this year, nearly 60% of the population, more than 190 million people, had been infected with the COVID. They've determined that by doing an antibody survey and released the figures this past day. So they bring in a number of people, check, I guess blood check, see if do you have the antibodies. Yes, there's a whole lot more people that have had it than they ever realized. That's much higher than the 80 million officially reported cases. The majority of those were either undiagnosed, asymptomatic, or like in my family's case, just unreported, never reported. Roughly 75% of people under the age of 18 have been infected. Wow. 75% of the kids. An overwhelming majority of which were asymptomatic. There was a huge surge, of course, during the Omicron wave, particularly among the children. Each month from September of 21 to January of 22, the study examined 75,000 blood specimens around the country, as well as 45,000 samples in the month of February. The study examined only antibodies created in response to prior infection, not vaccination, they point out. National estimates were then produced using statistical methods to weigh by cross age, sex, metropolitan status. We didn't look at whether people had a level of antibodies from prior infection that provides protection against reinfection or severe disease. We were just looking at, is there antibodies in their system? Since they have no idea how long ago people had been infected, they say it's still vital to remain updated on your vaccination. Right now offering the 4th shot for people 50 and over and the 3rd shot for people under that age. Okay, so 190 million, nearly 60% of the population. That sounds more appropriate, that more correct than 80 million confirmed cases. But with that, let's get our news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The police officer found guilty of killing George Floyd wants a new trial. Tim Berg reports.
An attorney representing former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is filing an appeal for a new trial. The 82-page appeal argued several reasons why Chauvin could not have received a fair trial in Minneapolis for the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney says jurors felt pressure over further protests and riots by Twin Cities residents if the former officer was acquitted.
A study Tuesday from the CDC reports 3/4 of U.S. children have been infected with the coronavirus. Among Americans of all ages, more than half showed signs of previous infection. In addition, the research indicated signs of past infections rose dramatically between December and February when the Omicron variant surged. You're listening to USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my 5th successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Vice President Kamala Harris is isolating after being diagnosed with COVID-19.
The White House is reporting Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday tested positive for COVID-19. Harris, who is fully vaccinated and received a booster shot back in October, has no symptoms. She will isolate and work from the vice president's residence in Washington. Should be noted, vaccinated Democrat Senators Chris Murphy from Connecticut and Ron Wyden from Oregon also tested positive for COVID-19 on Tuesday. Both have mild symptoms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Meanwhile, rumors of Russian President Vladimir Putin's declining health surfaced again on Tuesday. The New York Post reported Putin's face looked, quote, noticeably bloated, unquote, while he posed for pictures with a Russian figure skater. The Post also reported Putin looked swollen last week and appeared to hold onto a table for support in a meeting. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's been a difficult week for Netflix and CNN Plus. Netflix is seeing its stock prices dwindle, while CNN Plus barely made a ripple before the network pulled the plug. Steve Forbes, editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, explained to Newsmax why this might be happening.
Well, I think what you see happening with Netflix, and I think Elon Musk really put it very well, people don't like all this wokey content. And that's why Netflix is losing subscribers. Yes, the competition is very severe. But when you spend $15 billion, $20 billion a year, and most of that is stuff that people really don't like, you got a problem. So CNN didn't even get off the launch pad because people didn't see anything that was going to be unique, that's something that they would want to pay money down for.
Wisconsin police announced the arrest of a juvenile suspect on Tuesday night in a shocking death of a missing 10-year-old girl found murdered near her aunt's home. Chippewa Falls Police Chief Matthew Kelm said the suspect is not a stranger and that tips from the community led to the arrest. 10-year-old Lily Peters' father reported her missing Sunday night when she did not return home from her aunt's house. Her body was discovered the next day. And the New Mexico sheriff investigating the fatal film set shooting of a cinematographer by Alec Baldwin said he's waiting on forensic analysis before turning the case over to prosecutors. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, couple of updates, I think, fairly big items in the news this past day. The federal judge's ruling to keep Title 42 restrictions in place. That was the order this past day along the southern border. Great news, because even with Title 42 in place, hundreds of thousands of illegals are still crossing the border every month. Representative Pat Fallon spoke this past day. In just the last 13 months, we've had at least 150,000 illegal border crossers every single month. That's according to the Texas Republican. That's never happened before in our history. We actually had a calendar year when over 2 million illegals cross the border. Now, he says the cartels are making approximately $4,000 a person that crosses that border. That's about $1 billion a month. But as anticipated, the U.S. District Judge Robert Sommers in Louisiana said he would rule the Biden administration cannot immediately move forward lifting the Title 42 regulations at the border. People along the border are sick of the crime, the corruption, the chaos, the cartels. Of course, President Biden has made every state in this country a border state now. Title 42, obviously, that's just one tool where people can be expelled and not allowed into the country. That, coupled with migrant protection protocols, these are tools to help keep Americans safe. And Biden doesn't want to use any of them. Now, Representative Fallon, who participated in several tours of the border, said he was struck by the morale of the Customs and Border Patrol agents. They're incredibly well trained. They're motivated to do their jobs. They just want to enforce the laws that are on the books. They want this administration to take essentially the handcuffs off of them and allow them to protect Americans. But with the increased cartel presence, at least 30% of women who come to this country from Mexico or Central America are raped or sexually assaulted during their journey, at least 30%. That's something the mainstream media, for some reason, doesn't want to talk about. An open border is an immoral border, both for folks that live south of it and north of it. The Border Patrol, he went on to say, is doing the best they can, including with the children who are coming to the United States. Now, he also spoke about the death of the National Guard soldier earlier this week who drowned in the Rio Grande River, trying to save the lives of two migrants, which actually turned out to be drug smugglers. If the Biden administration was doing their jobs, Bishop Evans would not have been there in the first place. Those migrants would not have been drowning in the first place because 72% of the people right now that are coming across that barred border aren't even from Mexico. And there are even some Democrats speaking out against ending Title 42. But Fallon said it's hard to say if they're just doing it. Obviously, they're doing this as a political maneuver because they know the midterm elections are coming. And those Democrats that are finally speaking out about trying to, maybe we shouldn't end Title 42 right now. They're in heated battles, and their job is on the line. They run the risk of losing, so they're just trying to score some brownie points politically. And on that same line, as far as the southern border, is it time for the Homeland Security Secretary, Mayorkas? Is it time for Mayorkas to go? Representative Brian Babin is just one of 130 Republicans that signed a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas questioning his suitability to remain in office, calling on him to, you have to follow the laws that were passed by Congress. This document was sent to let him know if things don't change, we will be calling for his removal. It's not easy to dismantle a secure border, and yet this man and this administration have dismantled our border security and erased our border in the span of a few months in his first year in office. Record numbers of illegals, and now he's talking about getting rid of Title 42, which would they tell us that would triple the numbers. Now, his comments, as Kevin McCarthy told fellow Republican lawmakers, Mayorkas may be impeached, and that 14 Republican state attorneys general wrote the secretary earlier this year to demand his immediate resignation for failing to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, he is scheduled to testify before Congress this Thursday. And Babbitt said that he's flabbergasted that the secretary came to a House Border Security Caucus hearing and actually had the courage to sit with 30 to 40 hostile, very unhappy Republican members of Congress. We got very few answers from him, though. We asked him. We told him, you need to resign. Either resign or secure the border, one or the other. He then went on to slam Jen Psaki for her comments concerning the death of the National Guard soldier who drowned last Friday. Now, Psaki said President Trump's push for a border wall, rather than working toward comprehensive immigration reform, left the incoming administration to inherit this immigration situation. Are you kidding me? So it's Trump's fault for pushing to build a wall. What she's essentially saying is Trump should have been looking at a way to just legalize all those that are here and find a way for these others to come in and be legal. Babin responded to that by saying her statement right there defies logic. I mean, Evans gave his life trying to save his fellow man. She also said the National Guard is the responsibility of Texas, and they're down there for Texas. Oh. No responsibility. Accepting no responsibility for what's going on the southern border. Now I guess it's Greg Abbott's fault that the Texas National Guard is actually on the border. Okay. Not Biden's fault. Couple of updates for you there. All right, plenty of room for you. Quiet phones here on a Wednesday, 844-844-3388. What's happening with Philip this morning? Off to work we go.
Yeah, here we go. Somebody else is going to be going off to work this morning, too, at about 3:52. They're going to be taking off out here at Cape Kennedy.
About an hour from now?
3:52, they're going to be... Yeah, about 3:52, a little bit over an hour.
Okay.
They've got them, they're going in, the crew's going up. So when I get to work up here, I'm probably going to watch it right before I walk in. So we'll see how it goes. How you doing today?
Doing well. So we just had the 4 crew members come back from the space station. They just landed, Tuesday or whatever. Now, who's going up now? We've got 4 more going up. Is that what it is?
Yeah, this is the regular NASA scheduled one. This is the crew for the space station.
Okay.
This is a regular crewed launch for the space station. This is a normal crew. The other one was a commercial crew. That flight was hired by the company that Axiom company that put those folks up there.
Okay.
So, but this one here is basically it's going to be a crew switch and everything, and then they'll come back. Yep. That's what's going on with this one. And they had to get the other one out of the way and get it down, and then they're going to wait a day or two, and then they're going to launch this one that they're doing now. So this one actually has got pushed back. It was supposed to be like toward the end of last week, but they couldn't get that other one out of there because of the weather that they had to land it off of Jacksonville.
Okay.
So they postponed everything. And when the weather cleared, then they came down, and then they're getting this one off the ground. So Musk is putting them up there, buddy. He's putting them up there hard. So he's backing it up. Let's see if he does that with Twitter, right? So I was interested when I heard you talking about the children and the COVID. 75% of the kids have already had it.
Have had it, yes.
I was thinking about it the other day with the Omicron. I had it, and if I hadn't even went and got tested, I'd just stayed home. Nobody had known about it. I mean, how many times? There's no telling how many of us out here have had it already, and don't even know we've had it. Depending on the symptoms and what's going on with it, it just affects everybody a different way. So, but that's the way it is. haven't heard much more. Did you hear about the Alec Baldwin thing? They're coming in with more information about that now.
Yeah, I think Horse Feathers was just asking me about that. No, I hadn't really heard any sort of update on that scenario.
Well, I heard that there was a lot more stuff that was released as far as body cam footage from the officers that were handling the investigation, and their interviews with the different people and whatnot. But
yeah,
but I know it's going to be, they got to get a bunch of forensic stuff together before they can go into to submit it to the prosecutors. And yesterday, I heard this yesterday, and I've seen some of the articles on it. You remember the child, or the guy, I shouldn't say child, the big guy that fell off of the ride down here on Florida?
Yes.
Steve? Remember that when it happened a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
His family came, I don't know how they found it, but they found the people that rode the ride before him. And they said that the seats, those two seats on that ride, there was two of them that were having issues, and they should have downed them. Nobody should have been in them. And they had rode the ride before him, and they said they had video evidence that these people were on the ride before him and everything, and they were all legit. They said that ride shouldn't have been running. So it was a total failure on the ride, what they're saying.
Wow.
And the family came out with this yesterday in front of the ride with their lawyers and whatnot. So I don't think those people that own that ride are going to have a leg to stand on. And what's the issue, Steve, with Netflix? I mean, I've only heard bits and pieces about it. Can you tell me what's going on with Netflix and what's their sort of problem with the content or something?
They've lost a boatload of subscribers. I know that their stock has been hammered, and I'm hearing that about, I guess, undesirable content. I mean, I guess they're using the word that Netflix, like CNN Plus, has become woke.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of the things that are out there that are woke. A lot of them. And, I mean, you got to keep your subscribers drawing them in, but I don't know. I guess it's coming back to bite them. You remember they had such a surge of people going into that service when it came out, when things were going, and then now they're making movies and doing all kinds of stuff on there. Maybe they got to go back to what they were initially set up to do, and that's big content.
Yeah, you see,
I mean, worried about making movies and whatnot.
Netflix they have got into and spending a ton of money on, I guess, original new content, and that's what they're saying. They were putting out a bunch of, quote, woke content, woke programming.
Yeah, I understand it. If it's getting too blunt. Yeah, so what they need to do is they need to let the real movie makers do the deal. I'm not saying the people they're hiring aren't doing a good job, but they need to, get the real folks out there. And to be quite honest, and I can say this confidently, that Disney has to step up the content too on their stuff. But most of the content that's on Disney Plus, that's everything that we see on TV back in the day on TNT and all of them different channels all over the day. Everybody's got to step up. You remember when they had the issue about Disney Plus, right, with the stock there, because they said that the content was not good, it was not engaging enough. So, I mean, these guys have got to go back to what they originally were designed for, get the content there. So, that's all I got to say, Dave Bud. I appreciate you having me, and keep an eye on that. If you get a chance, Steve, watch that SpaceX feed, SpaceX Live. That's what I'm going to watch when I get to work after I get out of the car here. And we'll catch you later, bud. You have a good day.
Thank you much, Philip. Yeah, the countdown clock says 1 hour, 1 minute, and 40 seconds to launch the Crew 4 mission. Yeah, about 9 before the hour. All right, there you go. Clear lines, wide open on a Wednesday, hump day. Mike. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, matter of fact, I had a couple stories along that line. Some say, when you go woke, you go broke. I've heard more than one person say that as of late. Steve Forbes, of course, the editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, this past day was talking about Netflix and CNN Plus. CNN Plus, hell, they didn't even last a month. With the launch of their new platform. See what he had to say. And then, of course, we also had, the discussion about how many American parents actually trust Disney with their future plans. I think most of us don't have a problem, like Philip was just saying. The programming that we all grew up with as kids, right? 101 Dalmatians, Dumbo, Cinderella, Snow White. I mean, they get all the Disney program. That's what kids grew up with. But apparently there wasn't a set agenda, which appears to have changed in recent years. Well, let me start with echoing a comment by Elon Musk. Steve Forbes said this past day, CNN Plus, their downfall and Netflix's dwindling stock price is because of all their wokey content. Woke. What you see happening with Netflix, and I think Elon Musk put it very well, is that people don't like all this woke content. A lot of this is crap, and that's why they're losing subscribers. Forbes says competition is severe right now. When you're spending $15, $20 billion a year, and most of this stuff is content that people really don't like, you got a problem. I mean, CNN didn't even get off the launch pad because people didn't see anything that they wanted to put money down on. In response to Netflix shares dropping 20%, that's where Elon Musk tweeted last week that, quote, the woke mind virus is making Netflix unwatchable. As for CNN Plus, Forbes said that the CNN has always had the problem from the get-go. When there wasn't a big crisis in the world, their ratings would flatline. So they made the decision several years ago to go left and try to get a court to keep those ratings up. That was getting a little shop worn. So when they thought this whole CNN Plus thing, we can get not only high ratings, but we can get people to pay for it. Put up a paywall, so to speak. They said they've announced that will be ending, I think here in just a few days, end of the month. Nary a month off the ground. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour. We'll get our news update, get the very latest. Of course, rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Coming up here in our final hour, of course, it's our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Stick around for the keyword coming your way. Again, in the final hour. Before we hit the top of the hour news break, and again, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. It was kind of surprising. Many were kind of taken aback that the former CEO of Twitter, the co-founder, Jack Dorsey, actually gave a stamp of approval to Elon Musk's purchase. I love Twitter. Twitter is the closest thing we have to a global consciousness, he said. Now, of course, he stepped down in November, suggested trying to fit his concept into a corporate structure was not and did not work out like he hoped it was. The idea and service is all about, it's all that matters to me. Now, Twitter as a company has always been my sole issue, and my biggest regret is it's been owned by Wall Street. And the ad model, taking it back from Wall Street, this is the correct step to make. So even Dorsey says, getting Twitter out of the hands of Wall Street is the right way to go. In his perfect world, he said no one would own Twitter, but in the world of reality, he did say Musk as an owner would work just fine in his mind. In principle, I don't believe anyone should own or run it. It wants to be a public good at a protocol level, not a company. Now, solving for the problem of it being a company, however, Elon Musk is the singular solution that I would trust. I trust his mission to extend the light of consciousness, he said. With that, we get our news break here, top of the hour. Matter of fact, the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Numerous big tech companies have been duped into providing customers sensitive personal information used to harass and even sexually extort minors. This, according to Bloomberg News, federal law enforcement officials, and industry investigators. The companies deceived by fraudulent legal requests include Meta Platforms, Apple, Apple Inc.'s Google, Snap, Twitter, and Discord. Bloomberg reports the obtained data targeted specific women and minors. 73% of Americans support U.S. efforts to supply Ukraine with weapons. A Reuters Ipsos poll completed on Tuesday shows that's the highest level of support since Russia invaded its neighbor in February. The two-day poll comes as the U.S. and its allies ramp up plans to deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Vice President Kamala Harris has COVID-19. Lance Pry has the story.
The White House is reporting Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday tested positive for COVID-19. Harris, who is fully vaccinated and received a booster shot back in October, has no symptoms. She will isolate and work from the vice president's residence in Washington. She Should be noted, vaccinated Democrat Senators Chris Murphy from Connecticut and Ron Wyden from Oregon also tested positive for COVID-19 on Tuesday. Both have mild symptoms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected an emergency request to block a race-based admissions policy at an elite public school in Fairfax, Virginia, at least for now. The court is letting the policy continue while a legal challenge plays out. Parents pleaded to block the policy after a lower court found the policy discriminates against Asian American students. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Check your fridge and freezer. More than 120 pounds of ground beef products are being recalled due to E. coli concerns. The USDA reports Lakeside Refrigerated Services issued the recall on beef products manufactured between February 1st and April 8th. For more information, visit USDA.gov. Officials have announced a seizure at the Canadian border. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they seized 10 counterfeit 1936 Detroit Red Wings Stanley Cup championship rings this week. Officials saying the rings had a total value of around $15,000. The rings violated the intellectual property rights of the team's trademark and were not authentic.
The stock market tanked on Tuesday. This added to already significant losses so far this month amid ongoing concerns about an economic slowdown. Meanwhile, Forbes reports that investors dumped shares of big tech stocks ahead of several big earnings reports. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 2.4%, over 800 points, while the S&P 500 lost 2.8% and the tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite 4%. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers and actress Shailene Woodley have parted ways again. The on-off couple ended their engagement in February, only to get back together a month later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you much, Big Moose. Hey, welcome into a Wednesday Hump Day. Here it is. Yeah, welcome in for our friends on the West Coast. Here we are, 3:08 Eastern Time. 12:08 on the West Coast. Yeah, where's the countdown clock? Here, less than an hour away. 44 minutes. All right, keep an eye on that. Hope everything goes well. Yeah, just when you thought spring had arrived, right over the weekend, we all felt like spring has finally sprung. Even I had the temptation to, hey, let's go get some flowers, start planting the flower garden. I'm glad I didn't, because the frost advisories again in place, widespread. Another cold morning coming our way. Just has been the case so often this spring. Another blast of chilly air on the way to our friends in the Northeast. Just when you may have been hoping that the warmth was going to be sticking around. Nope. The wheels of change started earlier this week over the north central states. We actually saw temperatures into the 80s in Omaha, Nebraska, even Chicago over the weekend. That's gone. Yeah, temperatures held in the 20s, 30s, 40s with the wind factored in on Monday. Yeah, of course, as that first storm moved along the Atlantic coast, the system drew in chilly air across the Northeast. Yeah, that's occurring as we speak this morning into Wednesday. You know, the biggest change we're going to see is over the spine of the Appalachians to the eastern Great Lakes and, yes, the Ohio Valley, where daytime highs were dropped about 40 degrees Monday from what we saw on Monday to what we're going to see for high temperatures today. Pittsburgh, where highs were in the low 80s Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Now, you didn't even get out of the mid-50s. You may struggle to get into the lower 40s for highs today. Jamestown, New York, there's another example following a high in the 70s on Monday. You're looking at a high temperature, believe it or not, in the lower 30s today. Brr. All right, further east, this long-lasting push of cool ocean air had been kind of holding temperatures at bay across New England and much of Maine. But the air turns cold enough where, yes, we may see a few snowflakes across the mountains in western and northern Pennsylvania. Even some of the low-elevation areas in western and central New York and southern Ontario today. Will there be accumulation? Believe it or not, yes. They're telling us an accumulation 1 to 3 inches, pretty much to the non-paved surfaces over the higher terrain. A general 3 to 6 inches of rain, with a forecast of to 12 inches of snow in store for northern Maine. All right, some of the snow showers that pivot from southern Ontario into northeast Ohio, northern and western Pennsylvania, and western New York could be enough to bring a sudden drop in visibility, so be careful on the roadways. Hazards on some of our major highways, I-79, 80, 86, and I-90. If you have planted annuals or vegetables last weekend, you're going to have to cover those plants. and move indoors. Even some of the greenhouses and the garden centers are going to have to move some of their sensitive stock indoors. All right. It's not really the chilly are not going to be in a hurry to leave anytime soon. The cold's going to stick around right through Wednesday night, probably all the way through Saturday night, with frost and or freeze advisories from the Great Lakes to the Central Appalachians, even into some of the suburban locations outside the major I-95 metro areas, as Horse Feathers was mentioned in there. Looking at maybe tying records set back in the late 1800s in the coming days there in the Northeast. All right. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And who we got on the line here? Would that be Mark?
Shadow Chaser, Steve.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
How you doing, Steve?
Oh, it's hump day. Doing all right. How's your week going?
Oh, pretty good. Hey, Bob Uecker never did retire. He's still going to baseball as home games, though. He don't go on the road.
Just the home games, okay.
Yeah. He's still going. He's got to be 80, I think he is. That's how old is he?
I mean, yeah. How old is Bob Uecker now, anyway?
I think he's late 70s.
Okay.
Might be 80.
Yeah, getting up there, but he's still plugging away, huh?
Yeah. Hey, I was going to say, though, Hillbilly Tex, every time you hear him, he reminds you of Haney from Green Acres.
Okay.
Haney, you're Green Acres? Green Acres?
Right.
He sounds like Haney, you're from Green Acres.
That's what I used to say. I thought he was acting like Mr. Haney. I kind of dubbed him that at one point, yes.
Hey, I was thinking about you here the other day. Didn't you used to have an American War Eagle car?
An American Eagle?
Yeah, it was one of the first four-wheel drive cars, I believe. American Motors came out with it called the Eagle.
Okay, yeah, no, it's...
I thought you had one.
No, it wouldn't have been me. No, it's the car we got right now is the first four-wheel drive we've ever owned. Actually, it's our all-wheel drive. What's the difference in all-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive?
I think it's four-wheel drive. You got a switch there where all-wheel drive goes all the time.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, they no switch to put it in the two-wheel. So.
Hey, every time I come across 80 down there in Preston Bay, I always think about your dad because I met one time. He was broadcasting live from Diamond Gibson off of 80 in Pennsylvania years ago.
Used to go out on the road quite a bit. Yep, I kind of miss those days. It was, I don't really look forward to going out broadcasting from different places, but it's kind of fun where we'd go out on our big ass sandwiches tour, TA truck stops, and things of that nature. Yeah, those were the days. All right. Hey, Shadow Chaser, thank you for checking in. I looked up, Bob Uecker is 88. Yeah, 88 years old, born in January of 1934. And still going, huh? At 88 years old. Current sportscaster, comedian, and actor. Okay. All right, about 16 past the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Let me get back and let me finish up with Disney, where Disney's also been taking a hit. Boy, and these are not good numbers. Among parents, American parents, a majority of independents saying they no longer trust the companies. Obviously, they're talking future programming for their children in the wake of Disney pursuing what they call an aggressive, pay attention to this, there will be a test, LGBTQIA2S+. What the hell is that? We're all familiar with the LGBT, and then it's the LGBTQ. Now we've added an AI2S+. I have no idea. A new Issues and Insights tip poll asking more than 1,300 adults across the country, as a result of the recent stories, how much trust would you place in Disney's programming for your children, assuming you have any? Results of the poll revealed that a majority of independents no longer trust the company. 52% saying they do not trust Disney's designs on their children. Only 42% saying they do. Majority of Democrats still trust Disney's programming. 77% answering that they trust the company. 19% saying they don't. As for Republicans, the poll revealed that only 23% trust Disney's program, 77% saying they don't. So overall, nearly half of Americans say they no longer trust Disney's programming. Among those who still trust the mouse, just 31% answered they had a lot of trust. 23% said they had quite a bit of trust. Among those who answered that they trusted Disney, 21% said they had just a little trust. Now, this is all, Disney taking a hit in the trust department following the company having become engrossed in promotion of the LGBTQ-related content geared toward children in recent years. On a recent conference call, Disney executives were heard admitting that their goal is to implement a heavy LGBTIA2S+ agenda in children's movies and television shows, with one executive saying the company has been targeting Generation Z and millennials. Another mentioning that Disney has even encouraged her, which is a not at all secret gay agenda, when she became an employee. Now, you couple that with also the opposition to the parental rights in education law, prohibiting teachers from discussing sexually and transgender ideology to children in kindergarten through third grade. In response, the radical left and the left-wing activists' opposition to anti-grooming legislation, Disney's CEO actually announced the company is going to be launching a task force to make more LGBTQ plus content for children and families. They're coming right out and admitting we're looking to promote that agenda in our children's programming. You go woke, you go broke. All right. Do they care about the dollar signs? I was looking at 20 past the hour. We've got clear lines, quiet on the phones, wide open at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And it's a story that kind of goes hand in hand with all the youth, the youngsters. What was the number? Like 75% under the age of 18 that they believe have had COVID-19 since the outbreak started back there in late 2019 to early 2020. Is there a correlation between what they're seeing, a sudden liver disease outbreak in kids? They believe there may be some sort of relation to children who have had COVID and are suddenly coming down with this liver disease. A puzzling outbreak of severe liver disease in nearly 200 children has health authorities in Europe and the U.S. racing to find answers. Now, right now, some are alluding, is it related to COVID? They haven't found a known connection, a possible link with the virus, or a virus that can cause colds is being looked into. At least one has died. Several others have required actual liver transplants. Here's what they say we know right now, the basics. Previously healthy children are suddenly developing hepatitis or liver inflammation, which is often caused by viruses, jaundice, diarrhea, abdominal pain among the symptoms. We're talking kids as young as 1 month old to the age of 16. Most of the known cases to date have occurred in Europe. The first UK cases were recorded in January. The Centers for Disease Control said in a nationwide health alert last week that the first U.S. cases were identified in October, as a matter of fact, there in Alabama. Hepatitis usually caused by one of several contagious hepatitis viruses that have not been found in the affected children, though. So that's what has them confused. Sometimes the disease is mild, no specific treatment, but severe cases require hospitalization. It can lead to actual liver failure. Authorities are not certain what's causing this. 9 children in the Alabama cluster tested positive for what they call adenovirus. Some types of the virus can cause colds, but they're also looking at a version that can cause digestive problems. It's not known whether that virus is the cause, or is it somehow contributing to the outbreak. Cases have been reported in at least a dozen countries now, including Denmark, England, France, Ireland, Israel, Italy, the Netherlands, now, of course, the United States, and a handful of others. Cases have also occurred in Illinois and North Carolina that we're aware of right now. Either way, the CDC last week actually put out a bulletin to physicians nationwide saying that physicians need to be on the lookout for symptoms and report any suspected cases of what's called hepatitis of unknown origin. Again, that bulletin went out nationwide last week. Hey, back to the phones here. Is that Spencer?
Yeah, Spencer. Hey, Steve. Talk about Disney there. Excuse me. Punch up on your smartphone there and find out how much China owns of Disney. Their main headquarters of Disney is in China. And they've got a Disneyland or Disney World in China. On my smartphone, it punched up that they own 57% of Disney, China.
Well, I thought the Disney headquarters was actually California, of course, where you've got the Disneyland. I think that's their headquarters. Yeah. We always think of Florida as being like the headquarters, but yeah, it's actually California.
Yeah. Well, the main people, there's two different government agencies in China that owns 57%. According to Google there, I don't know.
Okay.
You'd be surprised what's going on. You know that Harvard and Yale received over $300 million from China, and they didn't report it to the IRS a couple of years ago. They never did get in trouble or anything, but China's got a lot more going on than people think about. You know, they claim that the biggest percentage of General Motors is owned by China. And that little bitty small Buick that they make, that's made and shipped over here from China. That's what was on Google.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I knew that there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, Biden wants to increase his taxes on these big corporations. Well, go ahead and do it. General Motors and all these big companies are going to move offshore, and just like Caterpillar, hell, they make most of their stuff or make a lot of stuff and bring it over here and it's finally assembled. That's just like right now, John Deere was on strike back a couple months ago. Now their stock is going down every day because they had to raise their prices 10 or 20% on their farm equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. But you know that the Queen of England still owns 90% of Canada, and she owns Australia and New Zealand, other than England. She's the largest landowner in the world.
I have no idea what the Queen actually owns. But I did pull up here. Yeah, the Disney headquarters is California. Let's see, Buena Vista in Burbank, California, Buena Vista Street. Founded October of 1923. All right, then of course, yeah, they do have, they've got the big amusement park there in China. They got Burbank, California, Kissimmee, Florida, or Orlando, obviously. The Walt Disney Company is out of Kissimmee. Looking at something, Walt Disney Company, Munich, Germany, Euro Disneyland Imagineering in France. They've got the Disney Company in Amsterdam, Netherlands. They got Mumbai, India, Tokyo, Japan, and Thailand as well. Corporate headquarters, let's see, studios, corporate base camp, Burbank, California, where it's been since 1940. I don't know how many employees they have, which is the larger park as far as employment. It's like 60,000 employees there in the state of Florida. But let me get our news break here, and we'll return with more on a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Numerous big tech companies have been duped into providing customers sensitive personal information used to harass and even sexually extort minors. This, according to Bloomberg News, federal law enforcement officials, and industry investigators. The companies deceived by fraudulent legal requests include Meta Platforms, Apple, Apple Inc.'s Google, Snap, Twitter, and Discord. Bloomberg reports the obtained data targeted specific women and minors. 73% of Americans support U.S. efforts to supply Ukraine with weapons. A Reuters Ipsos poll completed on Tuesday shows that's the highest level of support since Russia invaded its neighbor in February. The two-day poll comes as the U.S. and its allies ramp up plans to deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code Classic3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Classic3, and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99, and MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls.
We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, it is. Good to have you on board with us here on Wednesday morning. Countdown clock, about 15 and a half minutes. Yeah, next SpaceX launch headed to the International Space Station. They really do keep up a busy schedule, don't they? It's incredible how far they've come. All right, get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Check in with Wheelchair Dave this morning. What's happening?
Hey there, Steve. So how did Saturday night turn out? Did the girls and everybody and yourself have a lot of fun at that concert or what?
Yeah, it was a Friday night show, actually. But yes, I think they had a great time. Everybody really enjoyed and went to the casino. And yeah, I lost a few hundred, but Wanda came out ahead. She did all right.
Awesome. All right. So this sounds like a fun time.
I should have just...
Hey, there's a story, if you wouldn't mind looking up. Go ahead.
I should have just opened my wallet and gave my money to Wanda, and but then we wouldn't have had the fun of playing, though. So that's
okay. Yeah. Did Fireball live up to her name and drink a bunch of Fireball?
No, there wasn't any Fireball available at the concert, but trust me, they made up. I think they were doing Tito's and cranberry and Sprite kind of things. So.
All right, sorry to interrupt on that. There's a story, if you would look it up, please. I caught the tail end on the radio station there, advising people 60 and over to no longer take their daily 81 milligram aspirin. Yes. I thought that was quite odd since there's like 35 million Americans that take an aspirin daily, but if you could look that up on the net and give us the gist of that story, I sure would appreciate it.
I saw the headline earlier, and I knew exactly where to go. I've got the story before me. Yeah, that was the latest advice. To stop taking the daily baby aspirin.
A lot of people just take that for a blood thinner, though. To prevent strokes and heart attacks. So. That's kind of, I don't know what advice to take on that.
I think the older you get, the better, I guess the larger your risk of like internal bleeding, whatever, stomach bleeding. And so I guess when they talk the benefit versus the risk of bleeding outweighs the benefit of taking the daily aspirin.
Wow. Well, that's about all I have for this morning. You have a great day, and we'll be listening in.
Thank you, Wheelchair Dave. You are correct. Yeah, since you brought it up, let me get the rest of the story. It seemed like a simple prospect, taking a low-dose baby aspirin tablet once a day to reduce risk of suffering a heart attack or stroke. New science has said it's not that simple, noting the drug's risk of dangerous bleeding. The nation's leading panel of preventive health experts have reversed course and now recommend that most people not start taking daily low-dose aspirin to prevent their first heart attack or stroke. They have updated the guidelines just yesterday to recommend against initiating daily low-dose aspirin in people ages 60 and older. Now, the choice for people between the age of 40 and 59 should be between themselves and their doctor, but the task force warns the net benefit of aspirin use in this small group is small. The change, mainly based on data from 3 large clinical trials from several years ago, all of which showed the benefits of aspirin were minimal and definitely outweighed by the increased risk of either gastrointestinal or brain bleeding. You know, my stepdad, who had a stroke a number of years ago, he had been taking the baby aspirin, the daily baby aspirin for years, and he seemed hell-bent and determined that he blamed it on the aspirin for having his stroke. Anyway, those trials showed essentially no benefit in reducing cardiovascular events, but showed increased rates of bleeding. According to the council, I think we've really learned that the benefit is not apparent. The harm is consistently demonstrated in terms of increased major bleeding. Obviously, aspirin, as you said, as a blood thinner, really thins the blood. We found that taking an aspirin on a daily basis might increase the odds of having a major gastrointestinal bleed, like an ulcer, by about 60%. It also looks like the risk of bleeding within the brain is increased from 20 to 30%, depending on the type of bleeding. Aspirin, of course, thins the blood, blocking the action of platelets, the blood cells that clump together to form clots and scabs. The doctors had hoped by reducing clotting, low-dose aspirin would reduce the risk of a clot-related heart attack or stroke. Now, the baby aspirin, the low-dose aspirin, runs between 81 milligrams and 100 milligrams. Now, the new recommendation does not apply to people with existing heart problems who are taking low-dose aspirin. That's people who have had open heart surgery, those who have undergone angioplasty, or who have had a stroke or a heart attack, or have been diagnosed with blockages in major arteries. For those patients where aspirin is clearly beneficial, the recommendation does not change, they say. Also, people who are already taking daily low-dose aspirin to prevent their first heart attack or stroke should not just drop the practice without discussing it first with your doctor. Before any patient considers stopping a medication, we strongly urge them have a conversation with your trusted clinician. But for his part, Dr. Yang said he's going to generally recommend that patients stop taking daily aspirin. In my practice, if the patient is taking it, I'll generally have a discussion to tell them there really isn't a clinical need to continue it because there's no benefit, and most of the time they'll stop based on that recommendation. Yeah, some will elect to continue, but most patients, he says, will say, well, I don't want to take all these extra pills anyway. So again, that was just those updated guidelines published yesterday, April 26th, in the Journal of the American Medical Association. There's your full report. And 15 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Scarecrow, hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning there, Stephen. Fact that I haven't heard anything from a heat wave yet this morning. I don't know if he's going to be available to help bail you out or not. So I figure, well, I'll chime in and burn up a few minutes for you.
Yes, it has been.
Yeah,
you think it's a Monday. It feels kind of like a Monday, but it is a Wednesday. It's kind of odd, but yeah, you just never know. Where's the eagle? Where's the monkey gouger? Where's the grump? Where's Big Ed? Where's everybody?
Well, actually, the last couple of weeks, there's been an occasional, midweek session like this that they're not calls aren't stacking up like used to. But no, you and like I say, nothing major here. But you and Wheelchair Dave there, they just stole my thunder there. That was the key part of my call here. I can't say I celebrated, but I just made it 16 years last week, 16 years from my heart attack. So, the aspirin regimen, that's part of my deal. And it kind of ties into when we were on vacation out in California there a couple weeks back. One night I laid there about 1 o'clock in the morning. And I can't remember what we had to eat, but the heartburn was setting in, and after you've had a heart attack, the mind can play some serious impacts on your health.
Yeah.
I laid there in bed, and worst case scenario will start running through your head. I'm thinking, Jesus, we're 2,000 miles from home. I'm 6,000 feet above sea level in the Yosemite National Park. We got snow and ice out on the roads now. I have no idea where the hospital would be from that point. I don't even know where they'd be able to set a helicopter down at this point, But like I say, the mind, it really goes to work, and it just would not go away. But I got up, moved around, and got a little shot of, I guess it was Pepsi or Coke or whatever, and boom, just like magic, we're back to normal. But post heart attack here, I haven't been helping myself. I've done about 25 to 30 pounds since in my glory days back then, and I can contribute a lot of that to excess amounts of blats and whatnot. I may have to switch to low test light or whatnot here, but it's smart. Like I say, they're just kind of scraping for something to help you out with here at the moment. I guess that's about all the feed I can throw at you, Steve.
Well, don't forget, as the doctor just recommended, for people that have had a heart attack or whatever, you're not supposed to change your protocol. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, as I say, Blatz has been on the menu for as far as back as I can remember. It got me through high school and beyond, so I better not change that regiment either then, huh?
So you and the Big Moose would get along well then, right? You and your Blatz. Thank you, Scarecrow. Thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. There you go. It's 844-844-3388, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. The final minutes on the countdown clock for launch of the Crew 4 mission headed back to the International Space Station. Hey, what's happening, Pappy? You're up late this morning.
Well, Steve, I actually just woke up a little while ago, man. I dozed off.
Oh, so you got a nice got a cat nap in, huh?
I did. You know, hopefully I'll be able to crash it back down here in a little while. I don't know. It's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow.
It's supposed to be chilly, ain't it? I mean, we're only going to be like 50-something. It's going to be kind of cool.
Man, unless my phone's on the blink, they were talking sunny, high of 65, I thought.
Okay. That's
for a high. That might be a little chilly in the morning, but the afternoon should be just peachy.
Yeah, I'm looking here. Let's see.
But man, you know,
it says 61 today, 64 Thursday. All right, that's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah. But all these recommendations from these health people, I mean, what the heck, Steve? We see this all the time. They have lost total credibility with everybody, I think. Take an aspirin. Don't take an aspirin. Don't eat eggs. Eat eggs.
Yeah.
You know? Don't take this medication. Take it. It's just, what the heck, man? Do these people really know what they're doing?
Remember when butter was going to kill us, and you know, margarine was the way to go, and you know, and of course now margarine is pretty much just vegetable oil, and I think vegetable oil that's doing more to clog you up than the damn original butter was.
Best thing to do is just ignore them. You know, live your life, man. Screw it. I mean, you hear these stories about people, you know, grandma lived to be 110 years old, and she smoked and drank whiskey all her damn life. You know,
bacon for breakfast every morning.
You're gonna go.
Real butter, real cream.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, did you hear about this documentary, Steve? You remember, I don't know, many, many months ago, a few months anyway, I told you about the mules that were delivering these boats, right, to these pole drop places. Remember I told you they had like 2,000 hours of videos of this illegal harvesting? You remember me telling you about that. Anyway, Bongino, I was listening to him. I'm going back several days now. I just kind of spaced it out. There's a documentary coming out, and it's either called 2,000 Mules or 2020 Mules for the election. And he played a little trailer of it. And Steve, I'll tell you what, who did he say he made this documentary? D'Souza? That guy's name.
Dinesh D'Souza, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you could do a quick gander and try to look it up, but they are saying that this documentary is blowing the Democrats out of the water with, all this ballot harvesting, showing multiple people going to these ballot drop boxes with hundreds or thousands of ballots.
Stuffing the boxes.
One actually going back, went up to the box with like several boxes in her hands. I guess she started putting them in, realized some of them weren't signed, There's video of this now. That she goes back in her car, sits in her car, and starts signing all the daggone. After she signs them, she gets out and runs right back up and boop, drops them in there. But the way they, I guess, investigated this and figured this all out was really kind of cool. But I don't know. It's supposed to be coming out like any day, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes for. Yeah, man. Philip put a little thing out about, this launch here. Just, a few minutes, right? If it didn't already happen?
The launch took place about 3 minutes ago. It looks like everything's going nominally, as they say.
Good. Damn. Man, I thought I was pretty hip on all the Apollo missions. I used to skip school, act like I was sick so I could stay home and watch all the live, moon coverage.
Yeah.
But I watched a documentary a couple nights ago. I guess it was on like Science Channel, Discovery, or Smithsonian Channel, whatever it was. I didn't know this, but Apollo 12, prior to the moon landing in '69, they sent out a probe which landed on the moon because they wanted to test. They didn't know how deep that moon dust was, how far this thing was going to sink into the moon's surface. So they sent out a probe. It landed, I think they said, in '67, a couple years prior. So they wanted to see how close Apollo 12, how close they could land in Apollo 12 to this probe. They landed Apollo 12 within like 100 yards of this probe. And they did an 8-hour moonwalk. And one of their walks was they went over to that probe and took the camera off of it and brought it back to Earth, and it's in the Smithsonian right now. I thought that was pretty cool, man. And this camera that was up on the moon for 2 years.
That is pretty nifty.
So, yeah. I thought I was pretty hip, but that's the first I heard of that. It was pretty cool.
Hey, I know you like to take a gander at the space station. Yesterday morning, I was out smoking a cig, and I look up and I said, that's a really bright, satellite. I said, that's got to be the International Space Station. So I came back in and I punched it up, and sure enough, it was a flyover. But there's another.
Oh, man, I missed it.
But coming up this morning, 5:09 a.m. I guess it'll be a little bit lower on the horizon because yesterday it was almost straight overhead. It was visible for like 6 minutes. But this morning it says visible for 4 minutes, 5:09 a.m.
I'll have to check it out. I'm sure
maximum height. They always talk about yesterday. The height was like, I don't know. Yesterday the height was 50 degrees. I think maximum height will be 88 degrees. And I don't understand what all this crap means. Appears 58 degrees above southwest, disappears 10 degrees above northeast. I guess that's the trajectory along the horizon or something. But yeah, it'll be visible for 4 minutes.
Higher degrees.
Okay.
Higher degrees you get in the air, the straighter up it is. You know what's amazing? I know it's your top of the hour, and I'll let you go. What's amazing, Steve? One time this thing flew over. It was a perfect clear night. And I'm watching it, and I'm looking at that on the app, too, that I got for it. It shows you where it's at on the location,
Yeah.
And I can still see this thing, and this thing is past Florida in the Atlantic Ocean. And I can still see this thing from Cincinnati.
Yep.
I just found that amazing. Like, what, man? That's crazy.
I think that thing's moving at like
over 1,000 miles away.
It's moving like 17,000 miles an hour, isn't it?
All right, my man. Man, I don't know. I know it's cooking faster than a speeding bullet.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. 5:09 a.m. I'll be out there getting the smoke, taking a look. All right. Have a good one. Yeah, we get our news update top of the hour, final hour ahead here on a Wednesday update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Numerous big tech companies have been duped into providing customers sensitive personal information used to harass and even sexually extort minors. This, according to Bloomberg News, federal law enforcement officials, and industry investigators. The companies deceived by fraudulent legal requests include Meta Platforms, Apple, Apple Inc.'s Google, Snap, Twitter, and Discord. Bloomberg reports the obtained data targeted specific women and minors. 73% of Americans support U.S. efforts to supply Ukraine with weapons. A Reuters Ipsos poll completed on Tuesday shows that's the highest level of support since Russia invaded its neighbor in February. The two-day poll comes as the U.S. and its allies ramp up plans to deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The body pillow $39.99, and MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Vice President Kamala Harris has COVID-19. Lance Pry has the story.
The White House is reporting Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday tested positive for COVID-19. Harris, who is fully vaccinated and received a booster shot back in October, has no symptoms. She will isolate and work from the vice president's residence in Washington. Should be noted, vaccinated Democrat Senators Chris Murphy from Connecticut and Ron Wyden from Oregon also tested positive for COVID-19 on Tuesday. Both have mild symptoms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected an emergency request to block a race-based admissions policy at an elite public school in Fairfax, Virginia, at least for now. The court is letting the policy continue while a legal challenge plays out. Parents pleaded to block the policy after a lower court found the policy discriminates against Asian American students. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Check your fridge and freezer. More than 120 pounds of ground beef products are being recalled due to E. coli concerns. The USDA reports Lakeside Refrigerated Services issued the recall on beef products manufactured between February 1st and April 8th. For more information, visit USDA.gov. Officials have announced a seizure at the Canadian border. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they seized 10 counterfeit 1936 Detroit Red Wings Stanley Cup Championship rings this week. Officials saying the rings had a total value of around $15,000. The rings violated the intellectual property rights of the team's trademark and were not authentic.
The stock market tanked on Tuesday. This added to already significant losses so far this month amid ongoing concerns about an economic slowdown. Meanwhile, Forbes reports that investors dumped shares of big tech stocks ahead of several big earnings reports. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 2.4%, over 800 points, while the S&P 500 lost 2.8% and the tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite 4%. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers and actress Shailene Woodley have parted ways again. The on-off couple ended their engagement in February, only to get back together a month later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Got our final hour underway here on a Wednesday hump day. Don't get ahead of yourself. Doughboy, I was just looking at that video you sent me during the break there. That's unreal. You don't think about our kids. I mean, I just attended young Rowan, 10 years old. You got a kid's baseball game going. This is last night. In North Charleston, South Carolina, I guess it is. Yeah, kids are playing ball, and all of a sudden you hear gunfire start ringing out behind the stands. And this is gunfire. I mean, there had to be 60, 70 shots fired, maybe more, dozens of shots. According to the police, witnesses say multiple vehicles pulled into the parking lot where a fight broke out. And then I guess it was just a damn World War III gun battle, gunfight at the OK Corral. Officers say they'll be meeting with recreation staff this morning to create a safety plan for the city's parks and playgrounds. In the meantime, all games originally scheduled for today have been canceled. But yeah, you could hear some of the kids screaming. That's scary as hell. What the hell is wrong with people in this day and age? See if I can't share that to my page here on Facebook here. Doing that as we speak. That is unbelievable, though. Yeah, but again, listening to the gunshots, I mean, it's like a gun battle that went on for, probably at least 30 or 40 seconds. The shots just ringing out over and over and over again. I wonder if anybody actually got hit. If nobody was hit, whoever was firing at each other were bad shots. Hey, good morning, Big Sexy. What's happening in Arkansas this morning?
Not much. I did get to see a fight earlier. On the way in, I stopped at the Murphy's convenience store and got gas, and I paid at the pump, but I went ahead and went in because I had my inflated cup with me, and refills there are free. So I went in to get a refill and started to walk out, and there was a guy up there paying at the register, and another guy come in the door, and he was mouthing when he come in the door, yelling at that guy about him messing with his wife over at Buffalo Wild Wings. And that guy turned around and said, what's talking about? He was on the phone, and he said, does he have on a black hoodie and khaki pants? And I heard her say, yeah, and he went to swinging.
Really? Wow.
They fought around, knocking stuff over in the store, went outside and fought outside, and they got away from the door, and I went ahead and went out and got my vehicle and left. About the time I pulled into the paper, cop pulled in behind me with blue lights on. He said that somebody told them that one of the guys left in a light-colored van. I said, no, he left in a dark SUV. Besides that, my skin's different color than theirs.
So you got to see the whole thing.
But, yeah. But, you was talking about that video on have you seen the video going around of the kids on a school bus that gets hit by a car that was racing?
Yeah, I've not seen that one. No, have not.
I seen it on the news yesterday morning. If I can find it, I'll send that video to you so you can see it. But all of a sudden, the video inside the bus shows the kids bouncing around all inside the bus, and it was a Ford Mustang that hit it, and of course they was drag racing on the street, and hit that bus, turned the bus over.
Wow.
Sent kids to the hospital and all that, but you know, you could hear the kids yelling and bouncing around inside there. Did you see the videos? Not the videos, the emails I sent you.
Yes, several of them. I saw the one about, we were talking about the whole liver thing a little. We're talking about the liver thing a little bit ago. I know you sent me that, and you sent me the video of the suspects dragging the officers there at the roadside arrest.
Right.
Jeez.
I wonder how many of those kids, the 200 kids, are vaccinated.
Well, good question.
Makes you wonder, don't it?
Well, of course, I guess the vaccine is available
Makes you
for
wonder
kids.
about that.
I think it's ages. Is it over the age of 5? Is it now? Because I mean, for the longest, it was 12 and up. I think it's up. They've got a vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds now.
I think it's over 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're talking about one for smaller kids. They're testing it. I think they said it would be a 3-dose instead of a 2-dose. You'll give it to them in smaller doses on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes you wonder how many of them was. If that might be linked to that. Because they say they're searching for what's causing it. But
exactly.
But yeah, and then those cops that the local station zoomed in on that video here, and they said with the camera angle, it looks like that one cop that got drugged the most. Looked like that tire run over his leg, back tire. But I guess that's all I got for you. I'll back out of here and listen to the rest of the show.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. Thanks for sharing info with us and whatnot that we can pass on to the listeners. It is just a crazy, crazy world we're living in these days, isn't it? A couple of other industry headlines. Where did we leave off there? I already touched on the Wyoming building more truck parking. A truck driver being held on a bond after a road rage incident involving an armed motorist. This was last Friday in Washington State, I-5, northbound. 33-year-old motorist Zachary Thurman was driving along I-5 when some debris flew off a flatbed truck, striking his vehicle. He tried to get the flatbed driver's attention unsuccessfully. Just then, 56-year-old trucker Joseph Horn began to change lanes in his own truck, forcing Truman then off the road into the concrete barrier wall. Thurman says Horn tried to trap him against the wall with his truck like something you'd see in a movie. He said he was then unable to get away and attempted to pass the semi-truck in the right lane, but was struck and then spun out, eventually stopping after hitting the grill of the truck. The truck then pushed the car sideways before coming to a stop. Horn then exited his vehicle and approached Thurman with a wooden club, prompting Thurman to grab a pistol. Thurman then held the gun up to the car window to show for Horn that, hey, I've got a gun here. Now, he says he didn't point it at Horn, but Horn then goes back to his truck while Thurman got out of his vehicle through the passenger side to gain some distance. That's when Horn emerged from his rig with his own gun. Here we go. Apparently then threatened to kill him and chased him down the freeway, forcing Thurman to weave and duck through cars to take cover as the gun was pointed at him. A witness then notified the two men that police were on the way, to which Horn just walked away. He later told investigators that he knocked into Thurman's car because he thought he was dealing with a road rage incident. Horn says he intentionally tried to put his rig sideways in front of Thurman. Horn also admitted to grabbing the club to strike the hood of Thurman's car and admitted grabbing his gun and pursuing the guy to disarm him. It's like, gee whiz. All right. Crazy, crazy people out there. Who's next up? Let's check in with Gilligan this morning. Hey there, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. Since Heatwave called in, I figured I'd go ahead and fill in for him. You sent out the bat signal for another caller. I can at least pull off as intelligent a call as Heatwave. At least try to. We've been talking about this deal with Disney. Isn't it amazing how much Disney has changed from back when we were kids? You know, Don Knotts movies, like the Apple Dumpling Gang, the Apple Dumpling Gang, Rides Again, Shakiest Gun in the West. All those, the Great Race, stuff like that. It's just amazing how Disney has changed over the last 50, 60 years. I'm sure you probably remember when they had, I can't remember the exactly name of it, but the Disney movie night, on Sunday night. You know what?
Oh, yeah, we always look forward to that. It was football all afternoon with the guys watching, the adults watching football, and then we'd look forward to 7 o'clock in the evening for the Wonderful World of Disney. Yep.
World of Disney. Yep. And it's amazing how much Disney has changed. When Star Wars was released in 1977, could you imagine somebody telling you that in 45 years Disney would own the Star Wars franchise?
All right.
That's how much different Star Wars is to Disney. What we do. I mean, it's just amazing. If anybody's never watched it, I tell you, a great Disney movie is The Great Race. Did you ever see that movie?
Absolutely, yeah.
Jack Lemmon played it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's unbelievable movie. I love that movie. You don't even realize it's Jack Lemmon till he gets mad. It's absolutely hilarious. But I want to touch on something else. You was talking there about the difference between all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. Now, I've owned both. A lot of people think, well, I've got four-wheel drive. That means all four wheels are spinning. No, that's not true. The only way you'll have true four-wheel drive is if you've got a positive track rear and a limited slip front. If you actually had true four-wheel drive, you couldn't turn it. It would be digging on all four wheels. You got to have at least one wheel freely moving. The limited slip front, if you're not stuck, it will kick in, but you're not going to be able to steer it. Now, I've owned two Durangos, which were both all-wheel drive. The Chrysler products, the Jeeps, the Durangos, and those that are all-wheel drive, you only have power going to one wheel. And if it starts to spin, a wheel on the opposite corner, like if you got your left front spinning, the right rear will go. If that starts to spin too, then another one on another corner until all four wheels kick in. The way it was explained to me is it's like a fraction of a second that wheel starts to spin, that it will go and the other wheels kick in. I've never had a problem with either one of my Durangos getting stuck. My mom used to have the first time I'd been in it, I think it was a Jeep Patriot she had. It was like that. I don't think her livered was. But it seems like the all-wheel drive is definitely a better option. Now, I had a Dodge pickup one time that had the positive track rear and the limited slip front, and I never got that truck stuck. It was just amazing how it would go too. But most four-wheel drives, just four-wheel drives, actually, you only have one on the back and one on the front that's actually digging, if that makes sense. It's sad to push it off as four-wheel drive, but it's really not. I hope I explained that pretty good. I tried to at least.
It's as clear as mud. Clear as mud to me.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Some of your listeners that's big into vehicles will know the difference between positive track and limited slip. And especially some of the car freaks like me used to street race back in the day. But yeah, we don't need to. Yeah, I'd like to follow your guys. A lot of these guys out here, I've broke the speed limit quite a few times. And yeah, don't let Tappy know that. He may try to figure out a way to come back after me.
Well, we all got our education about positive traction and limited slip with my cousin Vinny. When Marissa Tomei knew the difference in which vehicle could make burnout marks with both wheels versus just the one wheel. Remember that? There you go. That was a great film. 22 past the hour. We'll be back in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, seeing as it is our final hour, what do you say? It is that time, is it not? Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash money, and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize with our Hot Shot Secret TNCRadio.live $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. You need the keyword, and this will be the word. How about money? Money. That's what we're talking about. Cash money. Go to TNCRadio.live, enter that keyword, and you are registered for the $1,000 daily driver bonus and a chance at the $10,000 grand prize. Again, TNCRadio.live on the web or the smartphone app. Enter the keyword money. And speaking of TNCRadio.live, coming up right after we wrap things up at the top of the hour on the Overnight Drive, you'll get the rebroadcast last night's episode of Taillights with Angie and Larry Baum. Then stay tuned for an encore presentation of women road warriors. Shelley and Kathy interviewed Valerie Bertinelli here a couple of weeks ago about her work in empowering women. So that'll be coming up at 6 a.m. Then starting 7 a.m., it's a new edition of Thoughts and Coffee from our friends at Let's Talk Supply Chain. A full morning of programming coming your way. And, of course, then you've got the morning grind, all the latest news, traffic, weather, music, and, yes, a keyword in the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Contest. Well, there he is, Heat Wave. We were thinking you might have been off the road tonight. What's going on, Heat Wave?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just going to work. Got called out later than I had planned on, but that's okay. I needed to sleep. Oh, so anyways, so Kamala's got the COVID.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that crying damn shame. Now she's got to do her kneeling at the vice presidential palace or whatever to do her business. Oh. And all the other Democrats got the COVID. Well, ain't that a crying shame? And they were all vaccinated. So, they're really making a big deal out of the COVID still.
Yeah.
And what was it said at the very beginning? That the first time you get it, it mutates to a weaker strand, to a weaker strand, to a weaker strand, or strain, or whatever the hell you want to call it. And like I said, I haven't even gotten a notification from the VA that it's time for me to get my annual dose. So maybe the VA here in Albuquerque or maybe around the country has finally concluded that these inoculations against COVID really ain't what it's all made out to be.
Huh.
So. Yeah, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on that. It could be something totally different. But so anyways, I'm driving up to the shop here. Thought I'd call in and say hey, and let everybody know that I'm out on the road just a little bit later than what I normally would have been. So
all right, well, that makes sense.
All right, Senor Steve, we'll let you go.
So actually, he hadn't been out on the road. He's just kind of getting things started this morning. Well, that explains it. Hey, thanks for checking in there, Heat Wave. Have a great day. And it is 844-844-3388. Got about a minute before the news break. Well, here in Cincinnati, we're all familiar with Kings Island. And, of course, Kings Island now owned by Cedar Fair, which has parks around the country. All those Cedar Fair parks might have to give out some partial refunds for the COVID-19 shortened 2020 season, if attorneys win a class action lawsuit against the parent company. The pandemic-related lawsuit against Cedar Fair is going to be allowed to move forward, apparently, according to a district judge in Toledo who refused to throw out the case this week. The suit argues people who bought season passes for the park in 2020 should be given the option to get at least some of their money back. The class action filed on behalf of a California guest who had a Knott's Berry Farm pass, but ultimately it would affect about a dozen Cedar Fair parks, including Kings Island here. What they're demanding, the suit claims that season pass holders, the tens of thousands of people that would have a gold or a premium or a platinum card, should have been offered the option for a refund for the pandemic-shortened 2020 season. Now, Kings Island and some of the other parks, if you had a 2020 season pass, they allowed that pass to be valid for the next year, 2021's season. Now, Cedar Fair asked the judge in Toledo to throw out the case, arguing that, the parks, hey, we gave 2020 pass holders a free season, essentially, for 2021. But I guess the attorneys are saying, hey, looky here, in 2021, although things were maybe not as bad as in 2020, there was still a hell of a lot of people who did not want to be in public places. And you still had the mask mandates and all those restrictions in place, even if you did attend the amusement parks. So a lot of people maybe didn't even use their park passes in 21 for that reason. So we shall see. I don't know. What are you going to get back? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even checked the price on these season passes. Hell, it's probably a lot more than I paid last time I had one about 20 years ago. But we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Numerous big tech companies have been duped into providing customers sensitive personal information used to harass and even sexually extort minors. This, according to Bloomberg News, federal law enforcement officials, and industry investigators. The companies deceived by fraudulent legal requests include Meta Platforms, Apple, Apple Inc.'s Google, Snap, Twitter, and Discord. Bloomberg reports the obtained data targeted specific women and minors. 73% of Americans support U.S. efforts to supply Ukraine with weapons. A Reuters Ipsos poll completed on Tuesday shows that's the highest level of support since Russia invaded its neighbor in February. The two-day poll comes as the U.S. and its allies ramp up plans to deliver heavy weapons to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house. Why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, well, that answers one question. Doughboy said, just an FYI, Steve, Kings Island Platinum Pass, $230. Gold Pass, $135. And let me see, Terry says, hey, Steve, can you repeat your second hour secret word, the keyword? Yeah, I guess we can do that. Yeah, our first keyword this morning was mind, M-I-N-D, mind. So you've got mind and money. Those are the two keywords from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Go to tncradio.live, enter those keywords. There you go. All right, get back to the calls here, and there's Double R on board. Morning, Double R. How the heck you been?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
It's hump day, so I'm doing all right. How's your week going?
Well, it's going. We're doing all these outbounds from the auto shows. That's why I haven't called in. Been running during the day and loading at night and sleeping, and Nita's still at home, so we don't know what's going to happen with her, but I'm out here just trailer trucking by myself, trying to listen to you as much as I possibly can when I can. So, hey, I know this is probably old news. I guess they're not going to redo the Walmart here in Plainfield.
That is correct.
152 jobs that are going to be,
yep.
People are going to be unemployed.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
My God, what the hell? Wow. And then I read just a little bit ago that President Trump, or former Trump, I should say, said that he will not get back on Twitter, even though Elon Musk is buying it. So he's going to stay true. So we'll see what happens. But I just wanted to call in and say hello, and I'm listening. I've been listening.
Left-hand lane closed on 465.
Left lane's closed, Steve, on 465. You heard that.
There you go.
So, but I just wanted to call in and say good morning to you and all the listeners, and I hope everybody's being safe and enjoying their day. But I'll let somebody else get in. I just wanted to say hello to you, my friend.
Well, thanks for checking in, and tell Nita we all said hello. Get well soon. You know what I mean? All right, thank you much. We got there. Hey there, Knuckle Buster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. My question would be, what did he do? Walk into the come and go? convenience store. That's a real convenience store over in Arkansas. Come and go.
I've seen
them and go.
I've seen those. I've heard of them. Yes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of jokes about them places there. So anyway, shoot, y'all call Steve Summers. What's that number, Steve?
844-844-3388.
All right, thank you. Let's keep this Steve Summers overnight drive radio going down the road there. Buy some hot shot secret products like Stiction Eliminator and Everyday Diesel. They got everyday gas treatment too. So and don't forget to put what's the code thing you put in the box and check out.
Overnight drive, all one word. Overnight drive.
Right. Yes, sir. For a 10% discount, you can be a truck driver, policeman, EMT, all that good stuff there. And let's buy some hot shot secret product. Well, I'm repeating myself. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products too, like T-shirts, baseball cap, travel mugs. Especially women buy them T-shirts because Steve and maybe even Knuckle Buster and a few other drivers out there like to see Steve's name up there, bodacious looking and in the bright lights there. And that's all of my bull on it for right now, Steve. Have a great day.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster, and thanks for helping promote the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Okay, what are we looking at here? Yeah, one of upstate New York's newest invasive species is wreaking havoc on the soil and the gardens this spring. It is known as the Asian jumping worm. Are you familiar? Slowly spreading throughout the state, and they said there's really no good way to control the population. So what do you do if you find one? How do you kill them? Can you use them for fishing bait? All right, first question. They call them Asian jumping worms. Did jumping worms actually jump? Yes, they say, vigorously thrashing around. They actually propel themselves off the ground, which is a pretty impressive feat for a limbless, soil-dwelling creature. Where do they come from? Well, they're native to Japan and Korea, not China. It's believed they first came to the U.S. as stowaways in the root balls of cherry trees gifted to the United States from Japan over 100 years ago. Yeah, people spread the jumping worms typically by transporting plants, mulch, soil, things that may be contaminated with cocoons, or by dumping earthworms used as fishing bait. Jumping worms do not need mates to reproduce. One worm can start a complete invasion. So if they've been here 100 years, why are we just now hearing about the jumping worms? Well, they don't move very fast on their own. They spend most of their lives in the dirt where we cannot see them, but they are widespread in eastern portions of North America, actually stretching from Alabama to Maine and even on up into Ontario, Canada. They've been found in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, even Arizona. Now, one area might contain no jumping worms. Another nearby area could actually be infested with the things. Let's see. How big do they get? They range in size from maybe 1.5 inches to as much as 8 inches. Now, the key difference in behavior, what's the difference in the jumping worm from other worms? The jumping worms, as I say, obviously thrash around vigorously. It's kind of like a downed power line. No other earthworm does this. Another way to identify the jumping worm is by its clitellum, the milky white band that completely encircles the body. Yeah, for the jumping worm, it's actually kind of flush with the skin, very close to the head. By comparison, on, say, a Nightcrawler, it's kind of a puffy, saddle-shaped, reddish-brown in color, located closer to the middle of the body. And lastly, the adult jumping worms have an iridescent sheen, and they're drier to the touch, not slimy, I guess, like the European earthworms. But I guess they don't want you to use them as fishing bait. Okay. I don't know if I've got jumping worms or regular old night crawlers. Well, we get a quick chime out here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
In the beginning, it was all just tractor pulling. Stocks get superpowers, and mods venture beyond their limits. And nowadays, there's a class for everybody. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. As we noted in our last report, tractor pulling is in its 10th decade of existence, and the NTPA is in its 6th. But even as the object of the game, dragging a weighted sled the furthest distance along a straight course, has held constant for over half a century, the types of machines doing the pulling have evolved markedly, and every pulling fan now has a favorite division for which to cheer. At the NTPA's inception in 1969, all vehicles competed within a single category, but different classes were conducted for vehicles of differing weights, given that heavier vehicles have a natural traction advantage. As farm tractor engines wore out or suffered failure, innovative farmers found ways to replace them with automotive or industrial power plants, which brought entirely new technology into pulling. Thus came the first split into stock for ag engine factory chassis tractors and modified for tractors that had undergone a transformation of their engines and or frames. Stock became super stock as pullers ramped up the power on their still mostly original tractors by outfitting them with one or more turbochargers, larger pumps, and harder fuels. Modifieds grew into multi-engine monsters on dragster chassis, turning 30-inch wide tires at race car speeds. Some mod pullers downsized into the mini division, dropping fuel-injected car engines into garden tractor-length frames and cutting the weight to about 1,600 pounds, including the driver. Others piled on the horsepower to create unlimited modifieds that weighed 12,000 pounds. Today's unlimiteds are held to 8,000 pounds, but regularly exceed 12,000 horsepower from typically 4 or 5 finely tuned engines. Four-wheel drive trucks got pulling in a big way along the Atlantic coast and southeastern states in the early 1970s and were accepted into NTPA competition at mid-decade. Two-wheel drive trucks joined in the early 1980s, as did a single-turbo version of Superstock called Pro Stock. Super semis made exhibition passes around that same time, and organized rules followed in the mid-1980s. The popularity of diesel pickups has resulted in several such classes being accepted into NTPA since the mid-2000s. But the majority of vehicles that pull sleds remain tractors, of which there are, in addition to Super Stock and Pro Stock, a multitude of varieties, including Super Farm, Light Pro Stock, Limited Pro Stock, Classic Super Stock, Light Limited Super Stock, Hot Farm, and Pro Farm. Each of these divisions have specific and uniform rules for construction that include limits on engine displacement, turbocharger size and number, tire size, drawbar height and length, and chassis length. To be authorized to compete at an NTPA sanctioned event, each vehicle must pass an on-site technical inspection and scale at or less than a predetermined weight. For example, 10,000 pounds for Pro Stock. All stock tractor and modified vehicles must be equipped with a roll cage, and all vehicles in every division must have shields, cables, engine interrupt, and other safety devices to protect the fans and participants. That, in fact, was the original mission and remains the most proud legacy of the NTPA, the conduct of tractor and truck pulling competitions in a safe and consistent manner. For more information about the NTPA, check out ntpapull.com, and if you have a question and can't find an answer there, drop me a line at john@ntpapull.com and mention that you heard about polling on the Overnight Raider Report. I'd love to get a conversation going with you about the world's most patriotic, family-friendly, and powerful motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There, yeah. Pappy earlier was asking about doing a little research there, Steve, on the Dinesh D'Souza. I guess it was actually yesterday, as a matter of fact. The video platform Rumble announcing the popular content creator Dinesh D'Souza releasing his movie entitled 2,000 Mules. That's the one he was talking about. Through the Locals subscription-based platform. D'Souza, who's more than 1.5 million followers on Rumble, has previously produced several films. Back in 2016, the film Obama's America and the Death of a Nation. He's written multiple books. Of course, Rumble, together with Rumble, they say we're excited to offer a new way to distribute and sell movies directly to their audience. According to D'Souza, Locals allows me to reach a broad audience with this important movie. I know that it'll be able to say what I believe without worrying about being canceled or censored. You know, the cancel culture thing. Yeah, 2,000 Mules, which will, officially launch on May 7th, will be available for free to annual subscribers of D'Souza's Locals community. For non-subscribers, the movie will be available for a one-time fee of $19.99. So I guess they're just kind of announcing that they're teaming up with Rumble for the movie 2,000 Mules. But ballot trafficking, that's the word D'Souza's talking about. The next front in the unending fight over the 2020 election. Back on Tuesday night, I guess a week ago, the crowd that Donald Trump addressed included a few more familiar faces than normal. The former president convened a number of his allies and former aides for a special event, the premiere of the film centered on claims that the 2020 election was rigged. Which, of course, they say that's his favorite people, his favorite topic. The Washington Post was there and noted that Trump made reference to something else coming down the pike on that subject, promising the crowd will see levels of ballot harvesting that they never thought possible. As part of a report from an outside group, not clear what he meant, But he did say his advisors have been working with this project. One might understandably be skeptical that a weeks away promise of information might not materialize, because that's been known to happen before. But in recent months, Wisconsin has been the center of the fight to prove the election was stolen. And just this week, I do see yesterday or the day before, Wisconsin did say the investigation into the election will continue in that state. It was slated to end either yesterday or today, I believe it was, but I guess funding became an issue. They're no longer going to use any taxpayer dollars to fund the continuing of the investigation. It will actually be private dollars covering the cost to, again, continue that investigation. So we will see where that goes. But 2,000 mules, I'll be interested in seeing that. As Pappy said, video, people stuffing ballot boxes around the country. It's called ballot harvesting. It is illegal in a number of states. There's a few states that actually allowed it. Why? I don't know. But again, it is just ripe for corruption. I guess that's why we need a ballot box on every corner. So you can go out at 3 o'clock in the morning, stuff 100 ballots in that box, and no one's the wiser. So there you go. We'll close things out on that note here as we wrap things up on a Tuesday morning. Have yourself a great day. And again, don't forget, coming up here, stick around with tncradio.live as the programming continues. You'll have another keyword coming your way between 9 and 11 a.m. with the morning grind, along with all the latest traffic, news, weather, and, of course, a few laughs along the way. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll do it all over again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but